constituency, please. Stalybridge and Hyde.
And your name?
Jonathan Reynolds.
Thank you very much. Would you like to swear or affirm?
Swear.
On the King James Bible?
I would. I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
Could you state your name and constituency, please?
Geoffrey Cox, Torridge and Tavistock.
And would you like to swear or affirm?
Swear on the King James Bible, please. I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles, his heirs and successors, according to law. So help me God. Thank you.
Would you like to step forward? Could you state your name and constituency, please?
Andrew Murison, South West Wiltshire.
And would you like to swear or affirm?
Swear. I swear by Almighty God that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance.
Bit of waffle, as you can tell. I was just saying, yeah. The only there's a quiz. Well, it's not a quiz. It's the only party in the United Kingdom that doesn't swear allegiance to the crown. Sad chat's open. Feel free, but yeah. There's only one party that doesn't do it. For obvious reasons, but yeah. So they'll just give an allegiance to the crown. If you don't give allegiance to the crown, you can't sit in the House of Commons. Fun fact for you there. But what I did want to show you, not the full interview, but something that I found interesting. Mostly because I don't even think, I mean, you would think it was common sense to hire somebody who actually knew what they were fucking talking about, kind of. But this dude here, in this video, so let me show you. Don't worry, I can turn it off whenever I want. This dude here is, oh, they're gonna start? Or they're just go through the end? Oh, fuck it. But I'll save that till afterwards, hold on. Let's see what these fuckers say.
Statement at the beginning of each session about the duties and responsibilities of honourable members. The House has directed the Speaker to make a statement at the beginning of each session, as I say, about the duties and responsibility of honourable members. It will be starting with the Code of Conduct for members and the Behaviour Code. I begin by reminding honourable members of their duty to observe the Code of Conduct, the Behaviour Code, agreed by the House, and to behave with civility and fairness in all their dealings. Unacceptable behaviour will be dealt with seriously, independently, and with effective sanctions. Freedom of speech. The House asserts its privilege of freedom of speech. That privilege is enjoyed by members of Parliament only in their work in this House as private individuals. We are equal under the law with those whom we represent. It is there to ensure that our constituents can be represented by us without fear or favour. It is an obligation upon all of us to exercise that privilege and responsibility. Accuracy of members' contributions. It is incumbent of members to be accurate in what they say in this House and to correct any mistakes as soon as possible. All members can now submit written correspondences directly to Hansard to amend errors of fact of their contributions, as well as being able to correct the record by a point of order. The Speaker does not have, and I reflect this to the media as well, the Speaker does not have the power to police the accuracy of members' contributions, if only I could. I now come to courtesy and temperate language. I draw the House's attention to to the guidance of rules of behaviour and courtesies in this House of Commons, members must be mindful of the impact of what we say not only to other members but on others who follow our proceedings. And members should be heard courteously, whatever their views. In particular, members should address the Chair rather than each other directly. And I say to honourable gentlemen, please, wear a tie, you just might not catch my eye. And members should remain in the chamber for at least 2 speeches. Or if it's questions at question time, it will be 2 substantive questions after their own. Show the respect to other members. Of course, I understand that new members may need a bit of time to familiarise themselves with the conventions and courtesies of the House, and I will take that into account when I'm in the chair. But I would urge every member to study the guidance carefully. And please, I do say to members, mobile phones are a privilege to be used in this House. Please try and think about when you need them, when you use them. Members should be able to ask a question without reading it. Please, let's show the ability of this House. Let's show what we can do by working together. As I say, members need a bit of time, and I will work with all new members. We must ensure, and I take into account when I'm in the chair, but I would urge every member to study, as I say, the guides. Please read it. Any advice that's needed, come and check with me or the clerks. Criticism of other members. In this place, we are honourable members, and the language we use about each other should reflect that. If a member falls short of the standards expected of us all, there are ways of dealing with that, but not by accusations made as sideswipes during questions or debates. If we fail to treat each other with respect in debate, this diminishes our work. Also risks raising the temperature of discussions outside this place, particularly on social media, which already too often descend into online abuse against honourable members. My job is to look after all members, so please, if we show respect to each other here, I believe the public should also show respect to members. So please, let us get it right and let's work together. I don't want people to agree with each other. This could be the most boring chamber I've ever seen. That wouldn't be good for me either. But it's about tolerance and it's about respect. So please, let's make that our main aim. Confidentiality of speakers' correspondence with members. It's important that honourable members are able to raise matters with me freely, and for that reason, I keep such correspondence confidential. This includes applications for urgent questions. I remind honourable members it is equally important that my response, particularly on matters of privilege, are treated with the same respect. Speaking in the chair. I also wish to give some advice about seeking to speak in the chamber. I take into account the number of factors when determining who to call. One of those is how often a member speaks. In other words, if you spoke much more than colleagues, then others will be brought before you and treated. And I've got to say to Jim Shannon, remember that. I think that falls on deaf ears. But I would say that, colleagues, it's more likely to be called in the next debate for which you apply if you missed out on the last one. I know it can be frustrating not to be called in a debate or to be called very late. Prioritising the debates and question times, urgent question and statements in which you seek to participate is one way of trying to avoid that happening. Staff in my office are always offer further advice. What I would say is, and I say now, it'll be very frustrating for the government side as there's so many. So just remember that. Don't take it out on my office. Please blame me at any time. When we now come to security and safety, finally, I want all members and everyone in the parliamentary community to be able to go about their work safely, both online and here in Westminster. The security of this building and those who work here depends on us all. We have a duty to be vigilant to assist those whose job it is to maintain this place as a safe place of work. But I also know it is about being a constituency MP, it is about meeting constituents, and it's about being able to represent those constituents within our constituencies that I take seriously. 2 members lost their lives. It wasn't in this House, but in their constituency. So whatever I can do to support you, I will. Make sure you follow all the security measures. I never, ever want to receive another phone call like I've done previously. So please, look after yourselves, follow the advice. Your families matter, your staff matter, and this House matters. Security is the top of my agenda. Before moving to the first business of the new session, I would like to express my best wishes to all honourable members and to all those who work in the House. And I've got to say, well, I can. Thank you to all the staff who's made this transition. So I really do appreciate it. Please, let's enjoy the next session. Now then, we start with the clerk.
Outlawries Bill.
Before I call Leader of the House, I can now formally announce that the arrangements for the election of the Deputy Speakers. The ballot will be held on Tuesday, the 23rd of July, between 10 a.m. and 1:30 p.m. in the Committee Room 8. Nominations must be submitted to the table office between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. on Monday, the 22nd of July. Nomination forms and an updated briefing note with information about the election are available in the vote office. Leader of the House to move the motion on temporary Deputy Speakers.
I beg to move that for the period up to the first sitting day following the election of the Deputy Speakers under Standing Order 2A, Sir Edward Lee be Chairman of Ways and Means, Dame Siobhan McDonough be First Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, and Sir Christopher Chope be the Second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means.
The question is that for the period up to the first sitting day following the election of the Deputy Speakers under Standing Order number 2A, Sir Edward Lee be Chairman of Ways and Means, Dame Siobhan McDonough to be the First Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means, and Sir Christopher Chope to be Second Deputy Chairman of Ways and Means. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now have to acquaint the House that the House has this day attended His Majesty's in the House of Peers, and that His Majesty was pleased to make the most gracious speech from the throne to both Houses of Parliament, of which I have the great accuracy obtained a copy. I shall direct that the terms of the speech be printed in votes, and the preceding copies are available in the vote office. Before I call the mover and the seconder of the debate, I want to announce the proposed pattern of debate during the remaining days of the Loyal Address. Today, debate of the address. Tomorrow, Foreign Affairs and Defence. Friday, Planning, Greenbelt and Rural Affairs. Monday, Economy, Welfare and Public Services. Tuesday, Immigration and Home Affairs. I now have the privilege. I shall call Peter Dowd to move, and then Florence Escher-Lobby to second the address. Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move, most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, happy birthday to Her Majesty the Queen today. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to be asked to give thanks to His Majesty. So can I start by congratulating you, Mr. Speaker, on your re-election, and a warm welcome to new and returning members, including my honourable friend, the late member for Stalybridge and Hyde. And congratulations to the Prime Minister and members of his new government. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's worthwhile putting into context how I came to be moving the motion on the King's speech this afternoon. Last Thursday morning, I was standing outside the library, minding my own business, watching somewhat bewildered honourable members wandering up and down corridors, tentatively popping their heads into the odd room that may or may not have been a broom cupboard. And, Mr. Speaker, they were actually the returning members. I can't imagine what it must have been like for the hundreds of new members, and of course it brought back memories of when I undertook similar meanderings in the corridors of power. Then came the call from the Chief Whip. My first thoughts were, oh dear. Oh, yeah. What have I done or not done, as the case may be? Fortunately, those thoughts soon dissolved when he kindly asked me if I would undertake the humble address, to which I was delighted to accept and relieved. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I'm not the most competitive sort, which is just as well, as I'm afraid I can't claim to be the first to achieve virtually anything in my family. It started at birth as I was the last born child. And although I was a councillor at a relatively young age, alas, I was not the first by a long measure from my family. I was the leader of a council, but not the first leader of a council in my family, nor even the first, for example, to unveil a plaque on a new public building. That was pretty much routine amongst my forebears. Nor will I be able to look forward to being the first person to reach 100 years of age in my family. My late grandmother, Nin, ticked that particular box in 1984 and drove the point home by living until she was 105. As for being the first MP in my family, well, I can't claim that accolade either, as there were two before me. One was the member, no surprises for guessing, Mr. Speaker, for Bootle constituency. And until today, my position in the back of the family queue has held sway for decades. So, thanks to a good Samaritan in the form of the Chief Whip, I am the first in my family to move the humble address to His Majesty. I am, as we say in Merseyside, made up. It goes without saying that being a Member of Parliament is an honour, but I think being an MP representing the town I was born in is the icing on the cake. For those who don't know where my constituency is, it used to be a small fishing village, then a bathing resort for wealthy merchants just north of Liverpool. How times change. Today, my constituency comprises of a number of close-knit communities which, until after the war, were farmland. Ford, Litherland, Netherton and Old Rome. They comprised of the areas that housed thousands of families after the challenges of the war, and I think that vision can be renewed. Another part of my constituency, Seaforth, is home to the Port of Liverpool, and I'll come back to that in future debates. The country home of the Gladstone family was based in Seaforth. Indeed, Gladstone wrote how he had seen, quote, wild roses growing up on the very ground that is now the centre of Bootle. Another community, Orrell, expanded as time went by. Then, of course, there's the lovely coastline on Liverpool Bay, which has Waterloo and Crosby running along its shoreline, with beautiful views across to the hills of North Wales, and home to another place housing Anthony Gormley's Iron Men statues. And, of course, Bootle Town Centre itself is now the home to many government offices, the Charity Commission, the Health and Safety Executive, and even the Office for Nuclear Regulation, amongst others. And given its location and its major dock system, during the war, Bootle was a major target of the Luftwaffe. It was left badly scarred, with as many as 85% of buildings destroyed or damaged. It paid more than its fair share during that conflict. So I'm proud of my communities and their history. So I want the contents of the gracious beat to be part of its future. Now, Mr. Speaker, as much as I would like to think that Bootle constituency, with the largest majority in the country, so I'm told, is down to my character, charm and charisma, as well known to my colleagues, I really know it's down to the ambitious programme trailed in the general election campaign and now formally set out in the gracious speech. I welcome a legislative programme based on security, fairness and opportunity for all, investment, stability and reform. That's not a reference to the members over there. And perhaps above all, service. Service to our communities, our constituencies and our country. It's about securing economic growth, raising living standards, getting Britain building again with planning reform and quality infrastructure, recognising the challenges of climate change, harnessing technology, a clean energy transition and Great British Energy advancing investment into renewable energy is fundamental. If you like, Mr. Speaker, a sort of new social contract that delivers attainment and education, challenges antisocial behaviour, refreshes support for the victims of crime, protects our borders, enhances the rights of renters, a new deal for working people and the reinvigoration of our NHS, amongst many other proposals. Mr. Speaker, a renewed local democratic settlement through the devolution proposals set out in the gracious speech is welcome. In short, Mr. Speaker, Westminster and Whitehall don't always know best. On a day-to-day basis, I'm looking forward to getting back to work, especially with new members, hundreds of them, and I will continue to work on various APPGs that I'm involved in. But the gracious speech included proposals for a bill to champion our armed forces and their families, families being a key element in that proposal. I used that, therefore, as a prompt to mention the Armed Forces APPG, of which I'm a member. I also do this because, as an associate member of my local Crosby Royal Naval Association, having links with local veterans, of whom there are over 12,000 in my constituency, and as having members of my family in the Armed Forces, in addition to my mother and grandmother, both having received war widows' pensions for decades, I feel the least I could do was to participate in the Armed Forces APPG. And in the last year, I participated in the Armed Forces Parliamentary Scheme, the RAF cohort, until it was so rudely interrupted by the general election. Whilst I'm always impressed, I have to say, with inter-service collaboration, I have to say as well, I'm even more impressed with the rivalry between them. But before I bring the veil down on this part of my contribution, Mr. Speaker, I want to relate the House an anecdote, just one of the many I could relate since participating in the scheme, about the nonchalant and insouciant rivalry between the services. When a member joins the scheme, and it's well worth joining, they will be asked to go to the Wellington Barracks nearby to be measured up for a uniform. When I arrived, I was led through the barracks to the stores. The conversation went as follows with a member of personnel who, it must be noted, was from the army. "Good morning, sir. How can I help you?" he greeted me. "Good morning. I'm here to be measured up for a uniform," I replied. "And which service will you be serving with, sir?" "The Royal Air Force," I answered. "In that case, sir," he said, "you'll be needing a set of silk pyjamas and a smoking jacket." They felt like a dream, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country faces so many challenges, and I believe the wide-ranging proposals in the King's Speech will go a good deal of the way to tackling those challenges, both home and abroad. Finally, Mr. Speaker, only on Saturday evening I was at a function for one of my local charities, Sefton Women and Children's Aid, at Liverpool FC's Anfield Stadium, which is a real stretch as I'm an Everton supporter. But whilst there, I paid a visit to the memorial to the 97 victims of Hillsborough. So I want to pay particular attention to the inclusion of what has become known as a Hillsborough Law in the gracious speech. I also want to thank the many individuals, families, survivors and the coalition of other organisations who have campaigned selflessly for decades to achieve this outcome, including members of this House. It means so much to the families of the victims of those who died and the survivors from our city region and beyond that the government will be fulfilling its promise to ensure a duty of candour on public services. Justice and respect at last. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It's also a privilege to call the seconder, Florence Eshalome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I start by congratulating my friend, the Honourable Member for Bootle, on his fantastic speech. And as the eldest of 3 girls, we like the last-borns because we blame them for everything. And it's an honour to follow to second this loyal address, not only for me, but for my constituents across Vauxhall and Camberwell Green. And, Mr. Speaker, when I was asked by the Chief Whip, my excitement was quickly replaced by fear because I then remembered my attempt to make a Big Shack reference during the second reading of the Procurement Act bill, which went completely over the head of the member for Brentwood and Ongar, and indeed many members in this chamber. See, I nearly backed out, but then I remembered that this is my opportunity to get on record that Nigerian jollof is the best jollof. Before the member for Erith and Thamesmead has other ideas. It's nearly 15 years since the last Labour member seconded a loyal address, and it was my good friend, the Right Honourable Member for Islington South and Finsbury. And I have to say, the notices I receive when she's visiting my constituency are perhaps my favourite. I once remember receiving a note from her office saying she was going to tour the Beef Eater Gin Distillery in my constituency the next evening, and that I should join her. Now, sadly, I don't drink gin, but I know that she drank my share. I can only say that I look forward to welcoming other members to my constituency many more times during this Parliament. And can I remind all of you that it is your duty to let me know if you are attending one of the many fabulous parties in Vauxhall and Campbell Green. Otherwise, I will be complaining to Mr. Speaker. And it truly is a wonderful constituency. We have the National Theatre, the BFI, the South Bank Centre, the Young and the Old Vic. The Old Vic, which is currently hosting a play about the life of an MP where James Corden turns out to be one of your constituents. Although I believe he lives in California, so maybe he should get in touch with the leader of the opposition. We also have the London Eye, which I'm sure the whole House will be delighted to know received permanent planning status earlier this year in May. That keeps it safe even from the clutches and planning reforms of the Chancellor and the Deputy Prime Minister. We have communities from all over the world, and even amongst the Sea of England shirts on Sunday, there were a few brave Spanish fans proudly wearing their colours, although, Mr. Speaker, they may have been just the SNP MPs. And we're also home to a number of MPs, advocacy groups, journalists, which means sometimes when I'm trying to avoid a journalist or politely decline an invitation, I often get hit with the dreaded line, "Oh, but I'm a constituent as well." I do warn journalists and members that I'll continue with my policy of giving no special treatment when you come up to me with any casework. Like many continuing MPs, the area I represent has changed significantly in this election following the boundary review. This means that I sadly no longer represent one of the Brixton estates I grew up on, as well as my church and my old primary school. The church is central to my life, and it's a microcosm of Lambeth. After Mass, I can see the impatience on my family's face, as I often discuss varied casework from the congregation. And I just want to reassure my honourable friend, the member for Clapham and Brixton Hill, you are going to receive multiple blessings with all those varied caseworks. And I know the wards that I'll lose will be represented by her. But then again, Mr. Speaker, based on past experience, not all the journey lobbies will notice that anything's actually changed. If the House will indulge me, I wish to briefly speak to a couple of policy issues close to my heart, and those of my constituents, which I'm most looking forward to working with the new Labour government on. Now, as an MP, one of the hardest conversations any of us will have are with the victims of violent crime. I've sat in many front rooms, holding grieving mothers and fathers, and they tell me about their loved ones who've been taken too soon. And with every hug and tear wiped away, I can feel their pain and the impact that this has on the wider siblings and other family members. Crime rips communities apart, leaving too many people vulnerable and open to exploitation. And one of the areas I'm proud of working on is on preventing abuse of gang-associated girls, whose mistreatment is sadly just one example of why our streets need to be safer. The Home Secretary's commitment to halving rates of violence against women and improving the support for victims should be welcomed across the House. Over the last couple of years, I've seen firsthand the impact of the cost of living crisis, and this has had on my constituents in Vauxhall and Campbell Green and communities right across the country. We all know that tackling climate change is one of the most urgent issues facing our world, and we cannot delay any meaningful action on this any longer. I'm therefore very pleased that the government is committed to addressing both these issues with an investment in clean energy transition that will lower energy bills for households, as well as restoring the UK's reputation as a climate leader. But, Mr. Speaker, for millions of working people, real change will not come without action on housing. That's why I welcome the Deputy Prime Minister's plans to build 1.5 million new homes across the country, including a new wave of council houses, like the one that gave me and my family that security. You see, Mr. Speaker, I still remember that daily commute from a B&B in King's Cross and the excitement on my mum's face when we received the keys to permanent housing. We no longer had to lug our belongings in a black bag. But sadly, this is the case for so many people still in 2024. Vauxhall and Campbell Green is home to a high number of people, many of whom are private renters. The power that Section 21 gives immoral landlords to evict tenants for no reason is an outrage. I'm glad that this government will finally ban no-fault evictions for good. Lastly, I'm proud to be an advocate for the eradication of HIV and AIDS, an issue on which we have made so much progress in recent months. As my fellow co-chairs of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on HIV and AIDS, in November last year we had the honour of hosting a reception in Mr. Speaker's house to thank Sir Elton John for his work in this field over the last 40 years. It was a fantastic event, and our new Prime Minister reaffirmed his commitment to ending new HIV transmissions in the UK by 2030. Coincidentally, it also means that today's royal event, I've had the privilege of speaking, and it's the second one in the last 12 months, because we can all agree Sir Elton is music royalty. This Parliament sees a large churn of MPs, and may I take this opportunity to congratulate and welcome new members. Literally, do not worry if you get lost. I've been here almost 5 years, and I still get lost. My one piece of advice is this: make sure you know where Westminster Hall is, because you'll always find the member for Strangford there, on hand to point you in the right direction. Although this is after he's finished speaking in whatever debate's going on that day. And Mr. Speaker, while it was wonderful seeing so many Labour MPs winning on the 4th of July, it was mixed with a slight sadness that we have to say goodbye to colleagues who worked across this House with great dedication for their constituents. I'm delighted to see the member for cities of London and Westminster in her place on these benches. But I'd like to reference the importance of the work I did with her predecessor, my friend Nikki Aitken. As the two MPs responsible for Westminster Bridge, we worked together in the last Parliament, not only to commemorate the horrific Westminster Bridge attack, which happened in 2017, where 6 people sadly lost their lives, including the late P.T. Keith Palmer. We also worked to improve the safety of what is a very busy and active part of London. Nikki also worked tirelessly to make sure the Pedicabs Act was brought into law, despite the persistent objections of the member for Christchurch, which, again, I'm sure many new members will get used to. I also pay tribute to the outgoing father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley. Like new MPs and members, I remember walking in as a new MP into a meeting of the all-party parliamentary group for votes at 16. The room was buzzing with excitement and energy and all these young people. And to my surprise, Sir Peter was in the chair. He really proved that age is just a number. I must mention my good friend and former constituency neighbour, the new Baroness Harriet Harman. Her 42 years in office blazed the trail for the rights of women in politics and wider society. When Harriet was elected, just 3% of MPs were women, and now this figure stands at 40%. So while there's some way to go, that rise is a testament to her undaring work and drive from Harriet to never take no for an answer. And while I'm daunted to have the responsibility of representing parts of her former constituency in Camberwell Green, I could not have had a better example to learn from. My pledge to her and to the new constituents is that I will do my best to carry on her legacy and being a strong voice in Parliament for those communities. Lastly, I cannot think of a more fitting replacement as the mother of the house than my good friend, our auntie, the Right Honourable Member for Hackney South, North and Stoke Newington. She was elected when I was just 6 years old, and seeing her in the media making a voice of black women heard in Parliament gave me the confidence that I could stand here and make sure that people in my community could have a voice in the decisions that impact them. We stand on your shoulders and we respect and salute you. Thank you. I welcome the government's plan to introduce draft race equalities legislation to build on this work, and I look forward to working with ministers to develop it. We should not underestimate the difficulties that both Baroness Harman and the Right Honourable Member for Hackney North and Stoke Newington have gone through to make their voices heard, and the challenges they face even now. But their trailblazing examples means that those of us elected today face far fewer challenges in representing our communities, and we have more friends to go through those challenges with. And because of them, Mr. Speaker, it means that a black working class girl from a South London estate can stand before you today with the honour of seconding this loyal address.
The question is that the humble address be presented to His Majesty as follows. Most gracious Sovereign, we, Your Majesty's most dutiful and loyal subjects, the Commons of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, in Parliament assembled, beg leave to offer our humble thanks to Your Majesty for the gracious speech which Your Majesty has addressed to both Houses of Parliament. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Rishi Sunak.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I turn to the address, I'm sure the whole House would like to join me in paying tribute to His Majesty the King. It is typical of his dedication to duty that despite the medical challenges he has recently faced, he was here today to open Parliament and will travel to the Commonwealth Hubs of Government meeting in Samoa and to Australia this autumn. The King is a true model of public service. I know that the Prime Minister will value his audiences with His Majesty as much as I did. And I think we all recognise that the King is aided by the constant support of Her Majesty the Queen, and I know the whole House will join me in wishing her a very happy birthday. Today we also pay tribute to Tony Lloyd. Tony served the people of Greater Manchester for 45 years, and for 36 of those as a member of this House. He was a great parliamentarian, kind and wise. His family should have enormous pride in the contribution he made to this place and to the community that he loved and served. They are in all our thoughts today. I'd also like to welcome all new members to their places. Being elected as a Member of Parliament is a great honour and a great responsibility. We serve our communities and our United Kingdom. I know that whatever our political differences might be, we are all motivated by a desire to make life better for our constituents and our country stronger. And I know that the whole House will join me in deploring the assassination attempt on President Trump. Our thoughts are with the victims. Violence and intimidation have no place in the democratic process. Now, Mr. Speaker, I commend the proposer on his excellent speech. I know that the whole House will agree with me that the Honourable Member for Bootle has set a very high bar for speeches in this new Parliament. Now, my little sister always reminds me that being the youngest means you have to learn how to make yourself heard well. Well, the Honourable Member is the youngest of 8, and it really shows. And I had the good fortune of getting to know the Honourable Member when he was Shadow Chief Secretary to the Treasury, and he was always courteous and pleasant as an opposite number to me. And as he outlined, the Honourable Member for Bootle comes from a family committed to public service. Both of his great-uncles were members of this House, and he himself, even though he was very modest about it, has been in public service for more than 40 years. Yeah. The new members of this House have much to learn from the Honourable Gentleman. Yeah. And I know I speak for the whole House in saying how much we all admire his personal bravery in campaigning for more victim support following the tragic death of his daughter in a hit-and-run accident. Now, not only is he one of the most popular members of this House, as we heard, he is also the most popular constituency MP, enjoying the biggest majority of any member of this place. And in a recent election, he even won an astonishing 84% of the vote. He might be the only person who can persuade King Jong-un of the benefits of democracy. Although the People's Republic of Bootle doesn't quite have the same ring to it. Now, I wonder whether he was chosen to speak today, actually, to head off him reintroducing his 10-minute rule bill. I speak, of course, of the Honourable Member's bill for a 4-day week. Now, I'm not sure if he's consulted with his whips on how compatible that would be with their desire to make Fridays a new norm sitting day. I'll say this to the Honourable Gentleman. If they won't let him have his 10-minute rule bill, he should work to rule. Although I suspect the Labour member for Merseyside needs no tips from this former banker on trade union organising. Now, the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green spoke with typical verve. She is someone inspired by a desire to serve and her strong faith. But she never lets any of this go to her head. Today she was chosen because of the high regard she is held in, but she is also one of the kindest members of this House. Yeah. Regularly baking Victoria sponges for her staff and others, although post the election result, perhaps red velvet might be now on the menu. And the Honourable Lady has campaigned bravely against gang violence, both in the London Assembly and in this House. And she is so right that we must not become desensitised to knife crime. She represents the place where she grew up and does so with passion and determination. And now that I have a lot more time on my hands, I intend to be a regular visitor to her constituency, especially in the summer months. One of my favourite places to watch cricket is, of course, the Oval. And as Prime Minister, I had the privilege of playing there with the wonderful Emily Rainsford-Brent and the young black cricketers on the ACE programme. I applaud the Honourable Lady for her work with that scheme. I can reassure her, though, that I won't go as far as the last Conservative Prime Minister to speak from this dispatch box, who proposed removing that part of her constituency to a desert island along with his 8 favourite records. The Honourable Lady's story is truly an inspirational one. To go from caring for your mother as a teenager to this House shows what is possible in our country. But the online abuse that the Honourable Member has received, an experience that is far too often common in this House, shows one of the challenges facing our democracy. The intimidation that some candidates received in this election, both physical and digital, was completely unacceptable and is a threat to our electoral process. There can be no excuse, Mr. Speaker, for threats of physical violence or intimidatory protests outside politicians' homes. Now, the Honourable Lady will have been picked to second the Loyal Address because the Whip's office have got her down as one who will go far. If I may offer some words of advice to members opposite. On the government benches, life comes at you fast. Soon you might be fortunate enough to be tapped on the shoulder and offered a junior ministerial role. Then you'll find yourself attending Cabinet, then in the Cabinet, and then when the Prime Minister's position becomes untenable, you might you might end up being called to the highest office. And before you know it, you have a bright future behind you, and you are left wondering whether you can credibly be an elder statesman at the age of 44. Now, it is right to begin by congratulating the Prime Minister on his decisive victory in the election. He deserves the goodwill of all of us in this House as he takes on the most demanding of jobs in the increasingly uncertain world in which we now live. Now, the party opposite has successfully tapped into the public's desire for change. But they now must deliver change, and we on this side of the House will hold them accountable for delivering on the commitments that they made to the British people. In the national interest, we will not oppose for the sake of it, but when we disagree with the government, it is our responsibility as the opposition to say so. And what will guide us will be our principles: sound public finances, a belief that people know how to spend their own money better than governments do, that private enterprise, not state intervention, is the key to delivering growth and prosperity, public services that work for those who need them, an education system that gives everyone the best start in life, secure borders, and a strong national defence. Now, I welcome the government's decision to bring forward Martin's Law. I'm sure that the Prime Minister will find, as I did, that one of the most humbling parts of the job is seeing people whose lives have been touched by tragedy and seeing how they don't turn to anger or bitterness, but campaign to ensure that other families do not have to endure the same pain that they did. And I particularly commend Figen Murray for her work to get this law onto the statute book. I can assure her that this measure will command consensus in this House, and we will work with the government to make sure that it becomes law as soon as possible. I'm also glad that the government will continue with plans for a smoke-free generation. I know there are deeply held views on both sides of this issue, and I have deep respect for those, especially on my own benches, who disagree with me on this question. Measures that end access to products are never easy, but I do believe that ensuring that our children can be the first generation that doesn't have to suffer the false choice to quit smoking or not because they will have never started is a truly worthy aim. It will make us a healthier, fairer country where people live longer and better lives. Now, the first duty of government is the defence of the realm. And we're fortunate in our country to be protected by armed forces who are unrivalled in the world for their professionalism, bravery and skill. And I know the whole House will agree with me that they are truly the best of us. Every month in my previous job, I became more concerned about the threats to our country's security. We live in an increasingly uncertain world. We need greater investment in our military if we are to deter our enemies and defend our interests. And as I warned earlier this year, there is an axis of authoritarian states who are a threat to our values, freedom, democracy and the rule of law, and we must collectively stand up to them. The world is more dangerous now than it has been at any time since the end of the Cold War. So I would urge the Prime Minister to commit to boosting defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by 2030. And if we lead the way on this, we can make 2.5% the new NATO benchmark for defence investment. This is the single best way to strengthen the alliance. It will show the Americans that we do not expect them to bear every burden. And it would show President Putin that NATO is serious about bolstering its defences and will also be the most effective way to deter further acts of Russian aggression. Now, in the last few years, there has been an impressive amount of consensus across the House on foreign policy, on the importance of supporting Ukraine, on the centrality of NATO to our national defence. And in that spirit, I commend the Prime Minister on his work at the NATO summit. And I'm glad that he and the Secretary of State for Defence have taken such rapid steps to demonstrate that while the government has changed, this country's commitment to Ukraine's security remains constant. And I also welcome the Right Honourable Member for Tottenham's visit to the Middle East. It is of fundamental importance to this country that as we make real progress towards a two-state solution, our friend and ally Israel has a right to defend itself and to live in peace. And let me turn next to another crucial issue facing not just our country, but the broader Western world: illegal migration. Now, the fundamental question is what to do with people who arrive here illegally but cannot be returned to their own home country. Now, our approach was to send them to a safe third country. The Prime Minister was clear that he would scrap those plans, and I acknowledge that. And our fear remains that without such a deterrent, the country will end up having to accept that a large number of those who cross the channel illegally will end up remaining here. And how to prevent that is something that the government, I know, will soon look to address. And when it comes to legal migration, I urge the Home Secretary to retain the measures that we implemented, which are forecast to halve net migration in the next 12 months. Now, if I may turn next to the economy, I understand well that the Chancellor is keen to paint as bleak a picture as possible, but I would just gently point out that this is not exactly what the facts say. Inflation at 2%, unemployment 4%, and the fastest growing economy in the G7 so far this year. The party opposite has inherited an economy that is already on an upward trajectory. Now, the government have set out plans. The government has set out plans to strengthen the role of the Office for Budget Responsibility, and we will examine those proposals carefully. But the work of the OBR already means that the party opposite did have the full details of the public finances when they set out their manifesto. Now, the OBR has rightly taken away from governments the ability to make forecasts say what they want them to. But they have also taken away from oppositions coming into government the ability to say that they did not know the true state of the public finances. As Paul Johnson of the Institute for Fiscal Studies has said, the books are wide open, fully transparent. In his words, trying to pretend that things are worse than expected really won't wash. Now, the party opposite promised no tax rises on working people and no plans for tax rises beyond what's in their manifesto, in full knowledge of the public finances. It would be difficult for them to claim that things are worse than they thought and then renege on those pledges, and we will hold the government to its own promises come the budget. I note plans for new employment legislation. Now, in this country, our employment rate is far lower than the European average, and that is thanks in part to our flexible labour market. I would urge the party opposite not to impose new burdens on businesses that business leaders themselves have warned of the unintended consequences of those plans, that they could lead to firms being less likely to invest, less likely to hire, and so increasing unemployment in the long term. And I further note the government's desire to impose new, potentially rigid legislation on technologies like artificial intelligence. Now, we are third only to the US and China in the size of our fast-growing technology sector and lead the world when it comes to AI safety. And we should all in this House be careful not to endanger this country's leading position in this field, which will drive growth and prosperity for decades to come. And while today's speech did contain a slew of bills, what was missing was a concrete plan to tackle the unsustainable post-COVID rise in the welfare bill. Without action, the cost of providing benefits to the working age population with a disability or health condition will rise to £90 billion, more than we spend on our national defence, schools, or policing. Now, that's not only unsustainable, but also unfair to taxpayers. And that's why in government we had laid out a plan to significantly reduce the welfare bill, but crucially, to support all those that could back into work. Now, I hope the government looks at those proposals when it has the time to study them in detail. On this side of the House, we will continue to advocate for a welfare system that is both compassionate and fair to those who need it, but also fair to those who pay for it. Now, the government has set out plans to change the planning system. We will, of course, study these thoroughly as well, as we all wish to see more homes built and the planning process speeded up. But I would say that a system that does not allow local people to have a say will damage public consent for more housing in the long term. And I regret there was no mention of rural communities and farming in the King's speech, much like my own, but I hope in time the government will bring forward proposals. Now, turning to net zero, this country has decarbonised quicker than any other major country. And we have managed to do that while growing the economy. As a country and across this whole House, I know we will all be proud of that achievement. Now, the government plans to decarbonise the grid by 2030, but there is a real danger But if the government puts the speed of doing this ahead of family finances and our energy security, then we will again lose public consent for the measures necessary to ensure that we actually reach our 2050 net zero target, a target on which there is genuine consensus between our two parties. As even one of the Prime Minister's own supporters has warned, this 20 plan will, and I quote, just mean we will have to import our energy. Strategically, we become more vulnerable. We will pay more money for our energy. So I hope that the Energy Secretary reflects on those thoughts. Now, lastly, Mr. Speaker, the government has set out plans for reforms to the other place. Looking at the benches opposite, there can be no doubt about the government's ability to get them through this House. But the effects of these changes will last long beyond this Parliament, long beyond our tenures in these jobs. I would suggest that when it comes to constitutional reform, it would be good to proceed on a cross-party basis, rather than to use a simple majority in this House to push things through. And that consensus should include the crossbenchers whose convener would be removed by the government's proposals. I also suspect that the public would prefer the government to prioritise practical, real-world issues over constitutional wrangling. However, I welcome the news that the government has paused on their plan to force members of the other place to retire at 80. Now, this proposal always felt like it would be a blunt instrument. And indeed, in the dissolution honours, the Prime Minister nominated rightly the former Right Honourable Member for Derby South, who will be a strong addition to the other place, despite the Right Honourable Lady being already over the retirement age that the Labour manifesto proposed. So, Mr. Speaker, let me close by saying that we, of course, recognise that the British people have entrusted the party opposite with the task of governing our country. On our side of the House, we will fulfil our duties as the loyal opposition, professionally and effectively. And across this House, we are all first and foremost patriots. We all wish to see our country and our people flourish and succeed. And in that spirit, I wish the new Prime Minister and the new government well.
I now call the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we begin, may I join the Leader of the Opposition in his tribute to His Majesty the King. It is so heartening to see him in his rightful place, delivering the gracious speech. And I'm sure the whole House will not mind, once again, wishing him a speedy recovery. Can I also join in wishing Her Majesty the Queen a happy birthday? Mr. Speaker, we also wish President Trump a speedy recovery from the appalling attempt on his life at the weekend. I spoke with President Trump on Sunday night to pass our best wishes, but also to share our revulsion at the senseless violence which has no place in democracy. Last time this address took place, and I stood at that dispatch box, I could see for the first time the then new plaque, now behind me, commemorating the memory of Sir David Amess. And I know how hard that loss was for members on the opposite benches. And now, standing on this side, I can see for the first time in front of me the plaque to our dear friend Jo Cox, with her words that catch the air of this chamber even more at a moment like this, more in common. So while our thoughts at this time are, of course, with President Trump and the American people, we cannot think that this is something that only happens elsewhere. We must heed the words of President Biden to lower the temperature of our democracy, work across our disagreements, and find each other's common decency. Mr. Speaker, I also want to congratulate the England football team for their achievements in the Euros, something the Leader of the Opposition and I were talking about this morning. Yes, the trophy eluded us again, but the team can be proud of another exceptional performance, something I'm sure the whole House would be only too pleased to recognise. And we pay tribute to Gareth Southgate, who shouldered the burden of national leadership with such dignity. Mr. Speaker, this government has been elected to deliver nothing less than national renewal, to stop the chaos of the past 14 years, turn the page on an era of politics as noisy performance, and return it to public service, and start the work of rebuilding our country. A determined rebuilding, a patient rebuilding, a calm rebuilding, a rejection in this complicated and volatile world of those who can only offer the easy answer, the snake oil charm of populism. Mr. Speaker, as the last 14 years has shown, that road is a dead end for this country. It does nothing to fix our foundations, and the British people have rejected it, as they have throughout our history. What people really want is change, and change is what this government of service will deliver. A King's Speech that takes the brakes off our economy and shows to the British people that politics can be a force for good, the vehicle for improving lives of millions, no matter who you voted for. Mr. Speaker, it's a day when we get on with the serious business of government. And yet a House with no time for levity would go against the grain of our traditions. So it's fantastic to hear my honourable friend, the member from Bootle, in such fine fettle today when proposing the humble address. He spoke with great passion, as he always does, for his constituency, famous, as he himself mentioned, for the Anthony Gormley sculptures on Crosby Beach. It's a work of art that's entitled Another Place, a collection of gently rusting figures for whom the tide is perpetually coming in. A solid grounding should he ever consider a career in the other place. But I'm sure this House will agree. He is also one of the warmest and most generous members. A generosity that, ahead of a previous election, extended to an offer to hand-deliver Conservative leaflets, a commitment to the democratic process that should be applauded, not least because it resulted in a stonking increase in his majority for Labour. But, Mr. Speaker, as anyone who knows my honourable friend will confirm, while he does like to relax with a glass of wine and listen to Engelbert Humperdinck, for him, family always comes first. And the Leader of the Opposition referred to his daughter. And growing up, he was cared for by his 4 sisters. And now he is never happier than when he's with his grandchildren, who are convinced that he knows Mary Poppins personally, a belief I note he has never discouraged. He has been a tremendous servant to our family, the Labour family, and we thank him for his outstanding speech today. Mr. Speaker, the address was seconded by the honourable friend, the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green. A fitting tribute for a royal occasion, as I'm told she is known as Queen Flo on Instagram. The House will know her as a tireless champion for her community, as well as a founding member of one of our most vital affiliates, the Labour Friends of Karaoke. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm reliably told that Queen Flo doesn't mean Queen Bee, which we look forward to hearing at Labour conference. But, Mr. Speaker, truly it was a fantastic speech. Another demonstration that my honourable friend is a shining example of our movement. A young carer when growing up, a fighter for their causes on AIDS and HIV, on the health inequalities which still deliver poorer outcomes for black women, and on sickle cell, which her late mum suffered from. I know what it's like to watch your mum move in and out of hospital as a child, and so I respect and admire the way she now champions young people from poorer households and fights for the opportunities that they deserve. Perhaps most powerfully of all, she's spoken about her own experience arriving at the scene of a stabbing and has rightly demanded that we never allow ourselves to become desensitised to the tragedy of knife crime. As a fellow Inner London MP, I know how much this is hurting our city, as it is towns and cities across the country. I know how much potential is lost and how many families fear that their child could be next. So be under no doubt, turning the tide on this violence is absolutely central, a key mission that this government of service will take on. Mr. Speaker, both speeches were in the finest traditions of this House. Let me also follow the Leader of the Opposition and mark the passing of our colleagues in the traditional way. Because since the last gracious address, the Labour Party has lost a stalwart of our movement with the passing of Tony Lloyd, who served in 36 years of distinction the communities of Rochdale, Manchester Central and Stretford. I had the chance to speak to Tony just days before he left us. That was when he was leaving hospital to go home, and he knew it was for the last time and that he wouldn't see a day like this. And without being partisan, I can tell you he would have loved to see the House set up as it is today. He would have told us, using his experience, to use every precious moment that we have to serve those communities that he held so dear, because that is what he stood for, the best of our movement, a champion of politics as a force for good. And Mr. Speaker, that is the great test of our times. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our political era. And it's a task not just for this government, but for the whole Parliament. We are all responsible for the tone and standards that we set. And I want to thank the Right Honourable Gentleman in every exchange that we've had since the election. And in his words today, he has gone well beyond the usual standards of generosity, and I thank him for that. And in that spirit, this King's Speech picks up some of the important business not concluded in the last session. And so, on football governance and the reduction of smoking, we hope to proceed in a manner that recognises the previous consensus. We will also carry forward the Holocaust Memorial Bill. So we build that memorial next to this Parliament and make sure every generation reaffirms our commitment to never again. And we will also honour the promises that I made and the Leader of the Opposition made to the family of Martin Hett and all the families affected by the horrific events in Manchester that day. Figan Murray, Martin's mum, walked 200 miles to tell us that Britain needs that law quickly. I told her then that she would get that from a Labour government, and we honour that promise today, and I'm very grateful for the indication of the cross-party support we will have on that very important provision. Because the security of the British people is the most fundamental priority of any government. And whether our fight is against terrorists, the vile criminal smuggling gangs that weaken our borders, or foreign powers which threaten the security of this nation, we will leave no stone unturned when it comes to keeping the British people safe. And we will recognise the bravery of those on the front line of keeping us safe, with a new Armed Forces Commissioner. That's not just a name or a role, but a strong and independent champion for those who have committed to the ultimate service, as a way we can show our respect. We will also move quickly on the lessons from the infected blood scandal that the House debated in almost the final act of the last session, a day when we undertook, all of us, a solemn responsibility, not just to deliver justice to those people, but also to take on the work of prevention, to make sure that those lessons shape the future of public service in our country. Because scandals like infected blood, Windrush, Horizon, Hillsborough are united not just by the scale of the injustice, but also by the indignity that the victims and their families have been put through, merely for standing up for truth and justice. So it is high time to bring in a duty of candour, the Hillsborough Law, because a government of service must also be a government of accountability and justice. That is what service means. Yes, I will.
I thank the Prime Minister for giving way during his excellent speech, outlining the hope and renewal within this King's speech, much needed in constituencies like mine, in Luton North, where over 45% of children are growing up in relative poverty. What reassurances can the Prime Minister give me and my constituents that he personally takes this issue very seriously and that his government will address it?
Prime Minister. Well, I'm grateful for that intervention, and I give my assurance to her and to the whole House that I do take child poverty extremely seriously. I'm proud of the record of the last Labour government in reducing child poverty. It clearly had a strategy, and we will have a strategy, and I'm very pleased to have announced today the task force that will lead our strategy to reduce child poverty. No child should be growing up in poverty. And we will work across the House on that issue, and I will take an intervention.
Very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way on his newly announced task force, which of course Beth Rigby was announcing on Twitter as we were all within this chamber. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister outline how many children will remain in poverty whilst that task force undertakes the work, which will ultimately lead to the same conclusion we are proposing, to scrap the two-child benefit cap?
Well, look, I do welcome this. I know this is an issue across the whole House. I don't think there's a single member that doesn't care about child poverty. The point of the task force is to devise a strategy, as we did last in government, to drive those numbers down. It can't be a single issue, it's across a number of strands, and we will work with people across the House in order to do it. What matters is the commitment to do it and to drive those numbers down. That is what we did last in government, and we will do it again. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll just make some progress and then I will. Mr. Speaker, whilst I respect the tone of the Leader of the Opposition's contribution, I can't stop my mind wandering back to 9 months ago when he was at this dispatch box. His great political hero, Nigel Lawson, once said, "To govern is to choose." And every day serving the people of this country is a chance to make a difference for them. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the last King's speech was the day when the veil of his choices slipped. And we all saw a party, his party, content to let our country's problems fester, content to push aside the national interest, as they focused almost entirely on trying to save their own skins. Mr. Speaker, we will have time over the weeks, months and years to debate the measures in this King's speech and the choices of this government. But I defy anyone on those benches or elsewhere to look at the ambition and purpose of our intent and not to receive a return to the serious business of government. No more wedge issues, no more gimmicks, no more party political strategy masquerading as policy. This is an agenda focused entirely on delivering for the people of this country. Legislation for the national interest that seeks only to fix our foundations and make people better off. Solve problems, not exploit them. Because, I'll just make some progress in the way. Because, Mr. Speaker, with each day that passes, my government is finding new and unexpected marks of their claim. Scars of the last 14 years where politics was put above the national interest. Decline deep in the marrow of our institutions. We've seen that in our prisons, writ large. We've seen it in our rivers and seas, even worse than we thought. And we've seen it in our councils, pushed to the brink by the previous government, now unable even to deliver basic services to children with special educational needs. And Mr. Speaker, we've already taken first steps on so many of the priorities we put before the British people. The work of change has begun, but we know, as they do, that national renewal is not a quick fix. The rot of 14 years will take time to repair. Nonetheless, I will give it.
I'm grateful to the Prime Minister for giving way, and he talks about priorities. Well, of course, people in rural communities around the country see the vast majority which the Right Honourable Gentleman has assembled, and they're afraid. They see a manifesto in which just 87 words are used about farming. They see a King's speech. They see a King's speech with no mention of rural communities or rural priorities. Will the Prime Minister please take this opportunity to reassure people in rural and farming communities that his Labour government will take notice of them?
Prime Minister, just to say, look, intervention one thing, but to actually make a speech is not the best time to do it. Prime Minister.
Well, let me take this opportunity to reassure those in rural communities. I grew up in a rural community myself, and I think that if you look at the places that are now represented on these benches, you'll see the reassurance that has been given that will also be given again. The King's speech we have brought to this House today is a marker of our intent, not only a certain destination for the future of this country, but a new way of governing, a government of service, guided by clear missions, with a long-term plan to fix the foundations, a plan which starts, as it must, with our economy. Under his watch, the last Parliament was the first in modern history to leave living standards in a worse place than they found them. The consequence not just of Tory irresponsibility, but of a more pervasive inability to face the future. A ducking of the hard choices. Eyes fixed always on the horse trading of Westminster politics. I will in a moment. Rather than the long-term national interest. Mr. Speaker, we don't just turn the page on that today, we close the door on it forever. A budget responsibility bill that will protect the living standards of working people from the chaos they endured under the last government. A commitment, no matter how fierce the storms, to economic stability as the foundation we build on. That is a changed Labour Party at work. And then on that foundation, we take the brakes off Britain, go further and faster on measures to generate higher economic growth. Workers and business united in the cause of wealth creation. We will reform the planning rules, a choice ignored for 14 years, to build the homes and infrastructure that Britain needs. We will level up rights at work, a choice ignored for 14 years, to deliver security and dignity at work. We will create a new industrial strategy, invest in cleaner, cheaper British energy, harness the power of artificial intelligence, improve our public transport, confront our historic challenges on technical education, transform our skills agenda in partnership with business, and push forward devolution to the cities, regions and councils of England. A plan for wealth creation that will finally lead us out of the pay more, get less doom. That is their legacy. And let me be clear, we will work with anyone invested in the future of our country. I've said, I'll just complete this. I said that we would serve everyone, whether they voted for us or not. And I meant it. So let me say directly to the benches opposite, if you're invested in the success of your community, we will work with you. This is a new era. We are turning the page. We're turning politics to service. Because that is what the people of this country want to see from their politicians. And service is a stronger bond than political self-interest. That is what country first means. The only way we can restore trust, and the reason this government of service was elected. Mr. Speaker, we were also elected to repair our public services with investment and reform, to make them once again beacons of justice for the communities that they serve. A signal to our country of the cause that fires national renewal. my determination for everyone in our country, England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, no matter where they started in life, to feel that success belongs to them. It is a cause, Mr. Speaker, that I do believe unites this House and indeed the people of this great nation. So I will.
Mr. Speaker, can I commend the Prime Minister? There are many within this House, both sides of this chamber, both in opposition but also in your party, who welcome your election as Prime Minister and look forward to the delivery of some feel-good factors for all of this great nation of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Always better together, is what I always say, and even those in the chamber who maybe have different ideas perhaps think the same as well. Prime Minister, in the paper, of my provincial paper 2 weeks ago, we recognised that Northern Ireland was very much part of your 10-year plan. Can I ask the Prime Minister, can he perhaps outline exactly what that plan will be for Northern Ireland to ensure our position will never weaken and always get stronger?
Can I just say, Jim, you'll be definitely bottom of the list, but don't worry. Prime Minister.
I'm grateful for that intervention. It was very important to me and to my government that within days of being elected, I went to Scotland, to Northern Ireland and Wales with the message that I did about working together. As he will know, I worked in Northern Ireland for 5 years on reforms to the police service in Northern Ireland. It matters to me that we make progress on all matters across all of our nations, and that is the way that we will operate as a government. That was a statement of intent going as I did in those early days, and I will continue in that vein in direct answer to his question. Mr. Speaker, so as well as our plan to cut waiting times, we will modernise the Mental Health Act and finally drag it into the 21st century. And we will raise standards in our schools, improve the confidence, the well-being and the happiness of our children, because that is so often the barrier that holds them back. We will also work on landmark legislation on race equality, tackle the structural injustice of unfair discriminatory pay. Now, Britain has come a long way on matters like this. One look at this Parliament shows that we're moving forward. And I recognise the efforts of so many in this House, on all sides, to tackle this injustice. But, Mr. Speaker, we can still do more, and therefore we must, and we will. We will also begin work on banning conversion practices and bring forward tough new protections for renters. Promises that have lingered in the lobby of good intentions for far too long. And, Mr. Speaker, we will signal our intent to transform society with measures on crime and justice that will not only rid our streets of antisocial behaviour, but also launch a new mission to reduce violence against women and girls by 50%. In this, we're inspired by the work of unbelievable campaigners: Mina Smallman, Claire Waxman, Melanie Brown, and my friends, John and Penny Clough. Mr. Speaker, I will never forget the day that John and Penny came to my office and told me what they had been through just to get justice for their daughter, Jane, murdered in the car park of the Blackpool Hospital where she worked by the man awaiting trial on multiple charges of raping her. I gave them my word then that I would do what I could, not just for John and Penny and Jane, but for all the Johns, Pennies and Janes in our country. Mr. Speaker, it's an enormous undertaking. I wish it wasn't, but it is. Just listen to the contribution made every year in this House by my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley. A grim reminder of just how many women are killed every year by domestic violence. And yet, as everybody who works in public service knows, government can make or break a life. I've seen it myself as a public servant. I also know from those campaigners what service can do when it listens and empowers people far beyond the walls of the state. So, Mr. Speaker, this is how we will go about our business: mission-driven, focused on ambitious goals, bringing together the best of our country, committed to the practical difference, big and small, that we can make together. That is the reward and the hope of service, the business of change, and the work of this government of service that we will take on. We will stop the chaos, fix our foundations, and take the brakes off Britain. A King's Speech that returns politics to serious government, that returns government to public service, and that returns public service to the interests of working people. That is the path of national renewal, the rebuilding of our country, and we take another step today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I now call the leader of the... Order! Please, let's show respect to each other. Let's not set off on the bad foot, we want to be on the right foot. I now call the leader of the Lib Dems, Ed Davey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of the Liberal Democrats, I want to add our sincere thanks to His Majesty King Charles for his gracious speech, and like other party leaders, wish him to continue on his recovery, and also join them in sending our best returns, happy returns on the birthday of Her Majesty. And as we remember members who were killed in service and condemn the appalling assassination attempts on President Trump, we should all commit ourselves to a new politics where we respect, where we disagree with respect, and we listen to each other, and we try to bring the dialogue on politics in our country together from the divisions we've seen. And can I join others in paying tribute to the late Tony Lloyd? He had many campaigns and many issues that he championed in this House. I had the huge privilege of joining him on an all-party trip to Israel and Gaza, because one of his commitments was to peace in the Middle East, for justice for the Palestinians and for a two-state solution. And let us all commit ourselves to that again. And I would also like to pay tribute, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable members for Bootle and Vauxhall and Camberwell Green for their accomplished speeches, proposing and seconding the loyal address. I know the member for Bootle comes from a political family. He explained that in some detail, and I believe his great-uncle Peter, once the Labour MP for Preston South, later became a Liberal councillor in Liverpool. So may I say to the honourable gentleman, if he does follow in his great-uncle's footsteps, he won't be the first in his family to see the Liberal light, and our door is always open. The honourable member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green made an impressive mark in her first Parliament as she campaigned on things like knife crime, on the NHS and on housing, and also spoke very eloquently on an issue that's close to her heart and mine, care. She spoke movingly about how she cared for her mum when she was just a very young child, learning at a young age about all the different painkillers needed to treat her mum. And as someone who believes we need to hear the voice of carers in this chamber far more often, it was a pleasure to listen to her speech today, and I'm left in no doubt that she will make an even bigger mark in her second Parliament. Yeah. And while I'm paying tribute, Mr. Speaker, let me add our thanks to the Three Lions, who captivated the whole nation and came so agonisingly close to ending all those years of hurt. They did us proud, and let's hope the Lionesses will retain their European crown next year. And so may I welcome the Prime Minister to his place and congratulate him and his party on their election victory. As he says, they now have an enormous undertaking, and we wish them well. I read somewhere that the Prime Minister apparently surfed to power on a wave of Conservative failure. But can I say to him gently, with a pang of envy, water sports are my thing. But, Mr. Speaker, the challenge awaiting this new government are certainly great, and set against that challenging backdrop, there is much to welcome in the programme set out today. not least the government's focus on getting our economy growing strongly again. And the Prime Minister is right to say that building more homes is an essential part of that, as you can see from the work of many brilliant Liberal Democrat councils, from Cumbria to Eastleigh, and in my own area, the Royal Borough of Kingston. The best way to build the many extra homes we need, especially those extra social and affordable homes, is to properly engage local people and communities and bring them along with you. And that is the community-led approach that we on these benches will continue to champion. Very happy to give way.
I'm delighted to see that the leader of the Liberal Democrats seems to be openly advocating the work of Eastleigh Borough Council. Could I just remind him that that council is only building double the number of houses required because his party leadership has got them into £800 million worth of debt to pay off the debts that they accrued?
Well, I'm delighted to say that today we welcome the new Honourable Member for Eastleigh to the Liberal Democrat benches, and I'm sure she will have all the answers the Honourable Gentleman needs. But growth and house building are not the only challenges, crucial though they are. I'm sure all of us across the House, as we knocked on doors during the election campaign, heard the same from so many people, a common refrain from people of all backgrounds and all walks of life, that nothing seems to be working as it should. From the health and care crisis to the sewage scandal to the cost of living, the British people have overwhelmingly rejected the past out-of-touch Conservative government that has gone. But after so many years of being taken for granted, many people have simply lost faith in our political system to solve their problems. So we on these benches do recognise the scale of the challenge now facing the new government. They have a big job to do, and so do we. We will work hard on behalf of our constituents. We will scrutinise the government's plans carefully and strive to improve them. And, Mr. Speaker, we will oppose them when we think they've got it wrong. But where they act in the national interest to solve these problems and improve people's lives, we will support them. One issue came up more than any other on door after door, and I'm sure it's the same for members in all parties: the issue of health and care. Patients waiting weeks to see a GP or an NHS dentist, if they could find one. More than 6 million people waiting on NHS waiting lists. Tens and thousands of cancer patients waiting months to start urgent treatment. Patients stuck in hospital, ready to leave, wanting and waiting to leave, sometimes for weeks, but unable to, because the care home place wasn't there. The care worker, the support for their family carer wasn't in place. And, Mr. Speaker, fixing this crisis in our NHS is essential, not only for people's health and well-being, but also for our economy, for growth. Only if we get people off these waiting lists and into work can we get our economy growing strongly again. I have to give way.
He mentions the delays and the waiting times in NHS social care. So how much does he regret his role in the 5 years he spent in coalition with the Conservatives creating that situation?
Well, I do really disappointed in the Honourable Gentleman's intervention, because we could all go back to things that other parties did in government and say that they were wrong. And I would just say to the Honourable Gentleman, I come to this task now in a spirit of constructive opposition to work through for the best for our country, and I hope he and other members will too. And it's why I welcome in the King's speech a number of measures for the NHS, for reducing waiting times, and particularly on mental health. We want to work with the government to improve those. They are long overdue. But I would also urge the government, of course, to look at the proposals in our manifesto on the NHS, boosting GP numbers so that everyone can get an appointment within 7 days or 24 hours if it's urgent, improving access to dentists and, crucially, to local pharmacists too, because if more people can get the care they need early and locally, fewer people go into hospital, giving cancer patients the care they deserve with a cast-iron guarantee that they will start treatment within 2 months after diagnosis. This is the scale of the ambition we need, Mr. Speaker, for our NHS right now, and I hope the government will show it. But there is another part of this crisis that needs to be fixed, and it needs urgent attention, and that's care. I spoke about my own caring journey during the election, first for my mum when I was a teenager, then for my dear Nana, and now as Emily and I care for our severely disabled son, John. And Mr. Speaker, I've been incredibly touched by the response from colleagues from across the House who've reached out to tell me how important it is that we speak out on care. For people who need care and for their carers, both professional social care workers and for family carers, people looking after their loved ones. I've had the chance to hear from carers all over the country, of all ages, as they shared their personal stories with me. Like the couple who care for a son with similar care needs to John, who reached out to say they know what it's like to worry about what happens when you're no longer there to look after your disabled son. And they offered me advice. I was so touched by their kindness and generosity. Mr. Speaker, each care story is so different, and yet in many ways they have much in common. We all share in the special, wonderful bond we have with the ones we care for, and we all share in that feeling like no one else understands us. Caring has been in the shadows for far too long. Let this be the Parliament when carers' voices are heard, when we become the caring nation. Yeah. Because caring is actually people doing extraordinary things every day for the ones they love, often in the face of difficult circumstances, physical challenges, no breaks, mountains of paperwork, countless appointments, endless phone calls, trying to navigate a broken system that is simply not designed to work for carers. So we on these benches will do our very best to get a fair deal for carers, whether on issues like carers allowance or the big challenge of fixing social care, so that our loved ones get the support they need when and where they need it. Now this, of course, will not be easy, Mr. Speaker. After years of neglect, fixing social care will be incredibly complicated, but we cannot shy away from it. So, although it wasn't in the King's speech today, I'm encouraged by reports the government is planning a cross-party commission on social care. We urgently need that to find a solution that will stand the test of time. So I hope we'll hear more about that from the government very soon. Fixing social care is essential, not just to give people the care and dignity they deserve, to support family carers, but also to fix our NHS. Without it, we can't. Now, if health and care was the only major crisis facing the government, that would be a big enough task. But clearly it's not. Inflation may have finally come down to normal levels, but the cost of living crisis persists. Families and pensioners are still facing record energy bills, sky-high housing costs and food bills. They need support and understanding. And that begins with the government's promise to be fiscally responsible. It would mark a big and welcome shift from the previous government's rather reckless approach to the budget. But with energy bills forecast to rise by 10% in October, clearly we need bold action to bring costs down, from home insulation to expanding renewable power. Liberal Democrats have a proud record of investing in renewable power, almost quadrupling it when we ran energy policy. And our policy drove the cost of renewable electricity below fossil fuel generated power. So I hope this government will act with the same level of ambition to tackle not only the cost of living crisis, but climate change too. Yeah. Because urgent action is needed now to prevent catastrophic climate change. And we've shown how it can be done. And that, if you do it well, it benefits consumers, the economy and the environment too. So we welcome the focus the government has placed on this challenge, and we will push them to meet it. As we will when it comes to another environmental challenge, ending the sewage crisis. The election campaign showed clearly, for anyone who still doubted, the strength of public anger about the pollution being put into our rivers, into our lakes and onto our beaches. The government has made some initial welcome noises about holding the water companies to account, about making sure they put these environmental issues before profit. But we on these benches will be pushing ministers to act as quickly and decisively as possible to put an end to this appalling scandal. Health and care, the cost of living, climate change, sewage, these are big crises that just got worse and worse over the last years of the last government. And that government's failure to address them is a big part of why people's trust in politics is so low. This year's British Social Attitudes Survey found that 45% of people, 45%, almost never trust the government to put the national interest first, a record high. Now, I'm sure I speak for everyone in the House when I hope this government will prove that wrong. But restoring public trust and confidence in our politics is a major task for us all, right across this House, no matter our party. And I think there are two parts of how we restore that trust. The first is by tackling the root causes of so many scandals that have caused so much harm and done so much damage to public trust, from Hillsborough to Horizon to infected blood. We therefore welcome the promised Hillsborough law with its statutory duty of candour on public officials. But we would urge the government to go further in this area. Given the vital role that whistleblowers have played in exposing these scandals, can I urge ministers to look at our proposals for stronger protections for whistleblowers, including a new office of the whistleblower? The second way to restore trust is by transforming our politics so it is relevant, engaging and responsive to people's needs and to their dreams. The measures that the government have promised to strengthen democratic rights and participation are therefore welcome. Also welcome is the principle of shifting more power out of Westminster and Whitehall so local decisions are made by the people for them and the communities they live in. But I'm sure the Prime Minister will know that the devil is in the detail, so we will scrutinise these plans carefully when they come. We fear they won't go far enough, for it won't surprise anyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, to hear that we on these benches believe that political reform must include electoral reform. Proportional representation, giving everyone equal power to hold members of Parliament properly to account, and maybe even the Conservatives support that these days. And I note that, according to the same Social Attitude Survey, a majority of the public agree with us. Mr. Speaker, I focused on many big domestic challenges facing us, but I want to conclude by touching on the enormous, challenging international picture too. From Vladimir Putin's appalling war in Ukraine to the dreadful conflict in Israel and Gaza, with the terrible humanitarian catastrophe there and hostages still being held by Hamas, these are tumultuous times indeed. They demand that we work together with our allies through international institutions. And yes, that means working constructively with our European neighbours. To rebuild the ties of trust, trade and friendship with our European friends, so badly damaged by the Conservatives. As Liberals, we believe that the UK can be an incredible force for good when we stand tall on the world stage, championing the vital British values of democracy, liberty, human rights and the rule of law. So when the government does that, they will have our full support. Mr. Speaker, I would like to close by paying tribute to those on the front lines of that effort, our armed forces deployed around the world, whether securing NATO's flanks in Eastern Europe, combating Daesh terrorists in the Middle East, or supporting peacekeeping missions in Africa. They serve our country with incredible courage and professionalism, and we all owe them an eternal debt.
Dave Begg-Hillier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, but I have to confess...
Just round left. That's it. Dave Baker there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to confess I'm a little disappointed with the honourable gentleman because today he walked into the chamber and I think he could have at least tried a bungee jump or maybe freewheeling on a bicycle. But I applaud him for his efforts in the campaign, which kept us all entertained and clearly paid some dividends looking at the size of his benches today. I also welcome and thank the honourable members proposing and seconding the humble address. But I have to say to the honourable member from Bootle, he may be the youngest of 8, but I'm the second of 10. And I can tell other members of this House who are new that you hear a lot about Big Brother, but let me tell you that one big sister here is here to support you, as indeed I'm sure the honourable member for Bootle will as well. After 19 years in this place, I know my way around a bit, though I still too get lost, so don't be worried about that. And I really was delighted to hear the honourable member, my friend, the member for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green. I first came across her when she was a member of the London Assembly, and I knew then she had something special about her, and I think we saw that here today. And I draw the House's attention, Mr. Speaker, to my register in the members' register of interests. I spent nearly a decade chairing the Public Accounts Committee in this place in the last Parliament and the previous 2, and in that role, I saw many egregious examples of incompetence, bungling and waste, whether it's water companies, school buildings falling down with reinforced concrete and other things, rail infrastructure, a running saw, defence procurement and national embarrassment, and the scandal of PPE procurement during COVID. Again and again, government bungles, poorly drafted contracts, lack of oversight, dodged responsibility, endless excuses, and the taxpayer picking up the tab. No wonder people were so angry at the election. No wonder they voted for change and for my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister. Yet now, the true extent of the Tory mess is coming to light. As my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, has revealed, it is even worse than we thought. She's opened the books, looked under the bonnet and seen that true extent, the mess that is now for a Labour government to clear up. The previous government partied, they squabbled, they helped their mates, but they did not fix the roof when the sun shone. They trashed the joint. From austerity to the PPE scandal to Trussonomics, remember that? They weakened the fundamentals of our economy and stretched our public services to breaking point. And one of my last reports as a chair of the Public Accounts Committee was my annual report, where I listed what I called the big nasties, some of which the Chancellor is revealing to us now. That 700,000 pupils are in schools that are not fit for purpose, that our hospitals are falling, that the much vaunted 40 new hospitals was in fact far fewer and never going to be delivered on the timetable promised, and the gaping hole in our defence budget. And I certainly applaud the approach of this government, and it seems some consensus from the other side, that we do need to see an increase in defence spending. But the consequences of this mess that have been left behind by the previous government are human. According to the House of Commons Library, nearly 1/5 of children in my borough of Hackney live in absolute poverty. And Mr. Speaker, 4 in 10 children in Hackney live in poverty after housing costs are taken into account, according to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation's recent figures. And my constituency is in the top 5% of English constituencies with children who are income deprived. This is the shameful legacy of 14 years of failure. In one of the world's greatest and richest cities, a bus ride from the financial powerhouse of Liverpool Street, no child should be cold or hungry or lack a winter coat or decent shoes. Schools in Hackney have kit rooms for the children who turn up without the requisite uniform and lend it for the day in return for a token like their Oyster card. And no parent should be having to skip meals to feed their kids, which is what's happening too often in Hackney and elsewhere in the country. No child should be arriving at school with a rumbling tummy, which is why I welcome the breakfast clubs we already have in Hackney and the fact that one of the first acts of this Labour government will be to make sure that every child in primary school has a decent breakfast.
Hear, 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 hear.
And when we talk about stagnant wages, low productivity, flattening growth, lack of investment in skills and schools, and the abolition of Sure Start and the gig economy, there is this human cost. Right now, in a Hackney school, there is a hungry child whose huge potential is being wasted, whose opportunities are stunted, and whose life chances are hobbled. And a lot of people, when I first arrived in this place 19 years ago, I had to tell people about the good things going on in Hackney because people had written off my borough as a poor and deprived area where things didn't happen. Now people think of the Shoreditch hipster, the tech companies, the city fringe. But underneath that, there is this huge poverty and this opportunity being stunted for our children. And this is the mess that this government now has to clear up. And another example of this is the housing crisis. A safe, warm, affordable place to live should be and is a basic right. We all need a roof over our heads before we can do anything else in our life, whether it be study or work or bring up our families. And yet after 14 years, my constituents face a housing crisis, whatever the tenure. The median household income in Hackney is just under £36,500 a year, according to Hackney Council. Yet the median house price in my constituency is £610,000. And this is double.
I'm going to start to get mad. Stop saying affordable housing. Like, if you know me, you listen to my mad streams, just stop with the whole affordable. It's like, just open a dictionary. For the love of God, open a dictionary. The government's job is not to build houses which you buy. I don't know, like, people have just lost their brains. Buy a house. It's like every person in Britain has been so fucking mind fucked by this shit. It's unreal. When you pay tax, just point out the obvious here to anybody who's listening to my stream. They're supposed to build houses by law. That's their fucking job. Not sell you one. They're supposed to build you one. And you pay rent. Council houses. I don't know if these fucking idiots still think, well, maybe they do, I don't know. But they think council house is a dirty word because you've been watching so much TV since Thatcher that everybody in a council house is a shit cunt fuckwit or whatever. You don't want to live in a council house. No. Okay, here's the opposite to that entire brainwashing mechanic. How did Margaret Thatcher get everybody to buy houses? What would build first? I mean, I was just gonna ask, like, just literally, so you can use your brain. What did Margaret Thatcher sell to all the people who could buy a house? Council houses. There you go. So, don't tell me we can't build houses because we did it before. Don't tell me we need housing developers to build houses because they didn't exist when she sold them all, right? No. So just stop convincing people they need to be on the housing ladder, because all these idiots who want to buy their own home are literally brainwashed fucking idiots anyway. Okay, I'll give you a good example. Germany, massive country. What's the most housing in Germany, one would ask? Is it private housing? Nope. Is it buying your own house? Nope. You know what it is? Council houses. Do you know why? It's fucking cheap. And they can't throw you out your house. Well, like, literally, they can't throw you out. I said, it's bizarre. Like, all these people who've bought houses recently, and it is recently because this is a new thing, when the economy went to shit. What do you think your rent, which is owned by another landlord, cost the landlord to pay for if the mortgages go up, which is the interest rates from the Bank of England? More money. So let's put it in this perspective, shall we? So if Liz Truss was crazy, as she was, fucked with the bank rates, which she did, but everybody she fucked with, technically speaking, had a council house. The government does not charge you rent based on the interest rate of the Bank of England. That's the entire point. That's the point. And everybody who wants to buy their house needs to remember one thing. Your money that you would normally pay in rent goes to a private corporation called a bank. So all that money that should go back into your local council doesn't go back to your local council. It goes to a private corporation. How do you think banks fucking get rich? Like, it's common. Like, I don't know how people are so fucking dumb. They should hate mortgages. If you don't like rich bankers, why have you got a mortgage? Like, literally, no matter what house it is, on average, you will pay a lower rent to the government than you will ever pay to a bank, with less up and down as well, because the government doesn't fuck around with interest rates when it builds houses. It just doesn't. And this is the funny part. Council houses are cheaper and more stable. Period. It's the government. It's your taxes that ensure that's the case. But if you privatise the entire idea of having a house, which since Thatcher has been the case, then you wonder why people get mad when your rent goes up, because they sold all the stock to people who could afford them that made second homes, and the people who don't have second homes, they sold the council stock to private agencies, which are now called local authorities when it comes to housing. Like, you're fucked either way you get it anyway. We need to stop pretending owning a house is a castle. It's not. It's getting shafted by a private corporation. Corporating. I can't even say the fucking word. A bank. You're getting shafted by a bank. And even if you give the bank money, the taxation that the bank gets is so low, there's no fucking point anyway. Like, it's just bizarre to think that if you believe in economic stability, whether you're rich or poor anyway, it doesn't even matter. Can you count to 10 is the fucking point. Like, seriously. We give our money to banks because we're being told by these fucking idiots, basically, that owning your own home is somehow beneficial. But they don't tell you that if the economy crashes, your house will be worth shit. Probably less than what you paid for in a mortgage. That's what the crash was in 2008. Everybody got houses based on what? Exactly. Fuck all. Because when the crash happened, your house was worth shit. That's the point. Like, the idea of you being rich because you own an asset, one thing. You being kicked out your house because you can't afford it, it's another thing. And the reason why you get kicked out is because that's marketization of a thing that the government should do anyway. By its very notion of being the government. The government's there literally to build houses. Not social housing, affordable ones. Fucking just ones you should be building so we can live in anyway. Council houses. I know people don't like the word council for some strange reason because they're fucking idiots. And they think, well, if I own my house, I'm better than everybody else. No, you're just a fucking schmuck. And you probably don't know who Margaret Thatcher is because most of you are 20 and some stupid shit. And Housing Ladder, as if, like, what the fuck does Housing Ladder mean? Like, think about it. That's a marketing scam. That's like you coming into my shop and saying, I want to buy a laptop, and I sell you some of the shit that's worth less money, but you give me insurance. It's like, I'm selling you up. Anytime you go in a shop, the reason why the person is a salesperson is because they're selling you shit. The government shouldn't be selling me houses. No. No. Do people want to buy their own house? Sure. Okay. But that shouldn't be for everybody, just like university. I know loads of people who go to university, dumb as fucking bricks. Like, literally stupid. And even when you ask them what qualifications they got when they left university, is that the job that you got? You know, the answer is no. That's the answer, no. They were told to go to university because they're a good little fucking automaton. Like, the whole system is fucking corrupt. That's the point. It's corrupt on so many fucking levels you can't even imagine. Like, most people with degrees probably end up working in a fucking restaurant or some stupid shit. Why? Because the jobs that they get are fucking boring, and they realise they're boring when they get them, and they're not interesting. And second of all, why lie to people? Why teach kids some dumb shit when they're just going to be as fucking abused by corporations anyway? Most of the jobs they get when they learn them, you won't have one in like 20 years anyway, because technology will change. I passed all my shit. I could build computers and all that shit. Why bother? Like I said in my previous video, bro, I used to build web pages with Notepad and get paid good money. Good luck doing that anymore, because they don't exist. Unless you're some kind of like crazy back-ender, and you still probably get a job. But that's the back end. It's not like the front end of a web page. It's like server side. That's very technical. So you're going to have to be either really, really, really good at what you do, or we're just going to automate it like we did with the fucking car industry. Tangent. Stop trying to sell people homes. I fucking hate it. This is my bugbear. Out of all the issues I could pick, I hate that. I hate the fact that people think that you need to own a house. You don't. First of all, it's the government's job to build houses. That's what you pay tax. Just point out the fucking obvious. But don't sell them. Some people want to buy houses. That's a small amount of people in every country want to own their own home. Very small. But if you watch the TV, you think every fucking cunt wants to buy a house. They don't. More so because they can't fucking afford them. And second of all, why bother? Like, the fucking rent's lower, and it's always consistent because it just go up via the fucking interest rates from the Bank of England. Like, you must be fucking dumb at this fucking point. And the people who want to rent get ripped off by landlords, and the same landlords bought the houses under the Tories, which used to be a council house. She sold council houses to people who could afford to buy them. Rent to buy, or whatever, right to buy, rent to buy. Right to buy was brought in by Margaret Thatcher. I mean, this shit's fucking, it's amazing. How the fuck did these people not know the average human being's brain in Britain, who's literally can count to 10? Anybody else who's telling you affordable homes as a politician is either not living on planet Earth or in fucking my country. Because they're deluded. I don't know what fucking planet they grew up on, honestly. But they're fucking mental. Or voted Tory in their dreams. I don't fucking know. But they're stupid. It's beyond weird to listen to these people who tell you about affordable housing. The average fucking house in the United Kingdom is like 120 grand. Something fucking insane. Good luck buying a house. That's all I'm saying. And what are you buying a house for? Because you've got assets. Good. You live in a pigeon hut. Most of our houses are tiny little pigeonholes or flats or whatever the fuck it is. And you're going to buy that for like 100 and something grand. When you're on what they say the average medium is 36. It's not. The average medium is 26,000 across the United Kingdom. That's the average price. If you got a job, you start a salary for any job, and most jobs are shit. But it's about 20 grand a year, 21,000, something like that. Good luck getting anything on 20 odd grand a year. Like, seriously. That's what I'm saying. They always tell you these mad figures that don't exist in real life. Ask a bartender or, you know, someone who serves a fucking waitress, waiter, whatever you want to call them. Like, people with fucking normal jobs. Because that's most of the jobs that these fuckers don't talk about. The vast majority of jobs in Britain are service sector jobs, which is shite. Just about the minimum wage if you're lucky. How the fuck are you going to buy a house? Tell me. Or even pay your rent. It's mind-boggling that these people are so literally off the scale of reality that they even get elected anyway. But it's just mad that then people believe it. He just said 36,000 grand a year. That's a starting salary for a teacher. And we still need more of them. It's mind-boggling to listen to these fucking creeps. So the whole affordable house shit triggers me. It just does. And that's one of many triggers, as you can tell that I have. But the housing one pisses me off. It really does. Because it's such a scam in so many ways. Mainly because the banks get fat off your fucking mortgage payments. Which is related, like I said, to the fucking whole Bank of England interest rate shit. It's just ridiculous. Stop selling houses. Just build them, you fucking tramps. Build houses. Stop bullshitting people like there's some ladder to fucking nowhere. Because house properties, even if you own one, will still go down or up in value depending on the amount of houses and the amount of not houses. I mean, it's fucking comical, really. It really is. And it's sad that people believe this whole buying your house shit. Just be a bit more humble and realise that council houses is already what they should build as standard. When they say, oh, we're going to do social housing, if you notice they're scared to say the word council, they say social. Like some kind of brain fuck. So you get confused what social and council means. Council houses means we pay tax, build a house. Oh, we say social because we don't want to distinguish between poor people and rich people. You see the point? It's like ethnic cleansing via fucking vocabulary. Fucking disgusting. Honestly, it's sickening.
But we thought the performance was superb, but there were two grumpy old men in front of us. And at the end of this symphony, one turned to the other and said, Stalin may have had a point. We enjoyed it. I thought the speeches today were superb. I want to get to the business of the next few days, really, of examining the King's speech. We all come to this House with a mandate from our own constituents, and therefore it's important that we bring to the House the experience of our constituents. And I just say that when the exit poll landed that night, in my community there was almost like a collective breath of relief, a sigh of relief that we are ending 14 years of a Conservative government. Because mine, like many others, and the Honourable Member for Hackney South has said that my community couldn't take any more, to be frank. And like her, I've got 1 in 3 of the children in my constituency are living in poverty. Some of them are living in destitution, according to statistics. I've got a housing crisis. I've got a housing crisis, even though there's 4,000 properties being built in the centre of my constituency, but most of my constituents can't afford them. And those ones that have scraped together and have got a leaseholder access to those properties now being hit by massive increases in service charges, some of them wanting to hand the keys back. I've got rents spiralling out of all control, and I've got slum housing reappearing. The back-to-back has been reinvented in my constituency, where one family will rent the front, another will rent another floor or the back of a normal house. And in terms of employment for my constituents, wages have virtually been frozen for the last 14 years. I've got Heathrow in my constituency. People would fight to get a job at Heathrow because the wages were so good. Not anymore. We're running low pay campaigns. And insecure work is endemic in my constituency. It was Heathrow that started fire and rehire. It was Heathrow Limited. And the same can be said, we'll all say this, in public services, the NHS in my eye is on its knees. I just do not know how the staff have coped. And in terms of teachers, the stress is such that we cannot retain teachers. No matter how committed they are, they don't survive under this sort of pressure. And social care, for many of our areas, well, it's almost non-existent. And you meet family members who are caring for other family members, non-paid carers. It's inevitable, if you're looking after someone in your family, that person has a disability or whatever, it's almost inevitable you're now living in poverty as a result of the lack of support. So I think, yes, people voted for change. But I think we have to be also realistic on this side as well, and I think have some humility about the assessment in which we relate to that election. Only 1 in 5 of the population actually voted for it. And what worried me in my constituency, our turnout has gone from 70% when I was elected in the 1990s to 51% in this election. We need to be wary of that. And we need to understand the reasons for it. The More in Common poll that was published this week confirms the sort of scale of disillusionment that there is with politics overall, and that's been reflected in some of the debate today. And what my fear is we now have others on this political scene in this country and elsewhere that will feed on that disillusionment, and it is the far right mobilising again. And we should guard against what's happened in Germany, in France and Italy with the mobilisation on the far right. So we have to, as a Labour government, we have to deliver. I think, like all governments, the honeymoon will inevitably be short-lived. I welcome the King's speech because actually it does set out the elements of a programme for rebuilding our country. Can I just say, and there's elements I have to smile over, there is much that's drawn, I have to say, from the 2017 and 2019, but maybe manifestos, but maybe we shouldn't mention that. Like employment rights, the New Deal, rail nationalisation on buses, the GB Energy, the National Investment Fund, which reflects the National Investment Bank that we put forward then. In fact, a lot of the work that was put in by the Honourable Member for Middlesbrough into this King's speech almost made sections of it his own. So people, I think, wanted and expect delivery sooner rather than later. And I just want to focus on 4 areas of policy that I'm desperate to see change on. It does start with poverty. People have mentioned child poverty. It has to be our priority. 14 million people living in poverty, 4.3 million children, 1 million in destitution. I never thought in my lifetime we'd ever debate destitution again in this House, but destitution there is. I welcome the announcement today of the task force that will now look at poverty overall. But I have to say, setting up a task force is one thing, acting is another. There is a simple act, and we all know it. There is one simple act that could lift 300,000 children out of poverty this month, and it would be the scrapping of the 2-child limit. I was in this House when the Tories introduced it. It was introduced as part of the stigmatising of all those on benefit. I did a speech. I think I said I'd swim through vomit to vote against this piece of legislation, and some of the nauseous speeches from the Tories at the time almost meant I would have to. It was an appalling form of attack on the poorest within our community. I think we just need to lift that stigma, lift that impact, but we need to do it quickly. So yes, set up as task force by all means, but produce a timetable that within weeks we will scrap the 2-child limit. The argument is that can we afford it? And will it be within our fiscal rules? Many of you will have known that over this last few weeks, the OBR have lifted it and revised its growth figures upwards. The IMF has dramatically increased the growth figures upwards. And that's nothing to do with the Tories building a new economy or anything like that. That's the natural business cycle. And actually, I do think as well, it is part and parcel of some companies recognising a Labour government was coming. So let's take the benefit of that. It's no longer offence against the fiscal rule. The resources are there, and we can lift those poor children out of poverty with this simple act. So I appeal to my own party, to the Labour front bench. By all means, get the task force working, but let's now commit ourselves to scrapping the two-child limit and doing it rapidly. On employment, I have to say,
I'm probably the only person who thinks the two-child limit is a good idea. You'd be like, what? No, seriously. I don't mean it in a bad way, but as a taxpayer, you're the taxpayer, we're the taxpayer, whatever. I like the idea of being in a society where we all chip in, NHS, all that bullshit, yada yada yada. But bro, if you got like 10 kids, no, you're taking the piss now. Because Chu is saying, bro, we like kids, but you're taking the piss. Because taxpayers pay for your kids. Whether you'd like to admit that shit or not, that's actually what happened, right? I got no kids, thankfully. I don't mind paying for your healthcare or whatever the fuck else. Like, honestly, I don't. I don't even mind paying for people's kids. Not that I actually go around thinking about it, but I'm saying this. Don't take the piss. Right, seriously. You having a kid is a fucking choice. Like, that's not a necessity to exist. You don't need to have children. The last time I checked, anyway, as a human being, there's no divine right for you to have a kid, and I should pay for it. That's mad. So, I'm kind of on the side of the no. Not because I'm evil. I can think of a lot more ways kids are in poverty then you shouldn't probably have more of them. First of all, you shouldn't have more kids anyway, because how can you actually have that many kids and be sane anyway? I mean, shit, one kid would drive me fucking insane. You got like 10 of these little fuckers running around. So no, sanity is a good reason not to have more kids than two. And also is, if you wanted to change it in the future, I'm not against it. But I'm saying is, the country's already fucked. There's a lot more crazy shit coming down our pipeline than these are letting on. AI is going to be dramatically weird because everyone keeps telling you AI is a good idea. It is. It's a great idea. But it also replaces humans in jobs that you wouldn't think it would ever affect. Because people just think AI and they're just like, I don't know what that is. Well, AI already exists. Pick up your phone, ring your bank. That's AI. They're already doing it. Autonomous shit. Like press 1, etc. That's already AI. It's not intelligence. But technically it is, because that's what you're saying, because it records your voice. But in terms of in the future, it's going to be well different. Like, just everybody who works in a call center right now, pardon me, I'm babbing, but anybody who works in a call center who picks up a phone, consider yourself redundant is the point, because an AI can do better than you. First of all, it doesn't need 3 screens to look at, or 2, and it doesn't need to go through protocol or be nice. It knows exactly what to say because someone's told it exactly what to say. It just does what it does. You need to train a human. You don't need to train AI. You just install it on your computer and it fucking does it already. So there's a lot of mad things that humans like the idea of, because I know it's on their phone. Some weird shit. Or it makes their life easier as a consumer. But they forget it's going to take out a lot of jobs. The same thing happened with the motor industry. You see how much people whine about, like, hey, what happens to humans building cars? Yeah, I don't need humans, we've got robots now, bro. And how many people cried about that? You see how many people lost their jobs? Same thing is going to happen with AI. But the funny thing is, the very smart people who tell you AI is great are the very people who are going to put you out of a job. AI is not an industrial revolution per se in terms of robots. These fuckers are coming after the very things that humans are like literally only good at. Using their brain. That's it. So if you're if you can work on a computer, like I said before, a literal computer can do your job better. And it don't make no mistakes. No spelling mistakes. No bullshit. It will just like, it will reason, use logic in its database, tell to fuck off or whatever, and solve the problem. Humans are literally creating software, which is bizarre, that will put humans out of jobs. Creative industry, you've seen it. You've seen fake AI pictures of weird shit artists. Even in my own industry doing graphics, you get scripts now that just do shit that a human would do. Now a fucking computer can do it. And that's scary for people. My industry, you get paid a lot of money for the shit that I do. Like, no jokes. 3D artists. Now you get scripts that do the exact same shit that took me about fucking 10 years to learn how to perfect. Now a computer can do it with a click of a button. A click. I can go click and it does the exact same shit that I went to school to learn and all that shit, and now it's like boop. So you tell me what the advances in labor is. Labor is a weird thing. Labor is time, money, and corporations deal in the exact same shit but on the opposite spectrum. They're like time and efficiency, right? So the more efficient you are, the more they get paid in profits. So we need to look at what do we think a corporation is? What's their societal impact? Should we allow certain corporations to use AI? It gets funky at this point. Because if we're all going to go digital, then everybody's going to be out of a job pretty fucking quick. Because they keep telling you high paid jobs, which means you probably need a computer, because you ain't shoveling shit now, are you? So you're gonna either be very specialist with your hands, like a surgeon, even though you're getting put out of jobs with robots, which is weird. But let's just say surgeons, nurses. You're gonna have to be not a nurse, but someone who understands a certain niche of a human. We're basically pushing out what humans do and automating it because, well, we're lazy, clearly. But then we still expect the same productivity from manual labor that we get from computers. Now, let's be fair. They say productivity's gone down. It hasn't, actually. If you actually look at the actual statistics, productivity hasn't gone down. Corporations' profits gone up, though. Can you not see the understanding between the introduction of any form of not labor for humans versus the corporation's profits? So if you look historically from the 1800s, like literally it's been going on that long. If you look at the productivity of a human, right, in a job, doesn't matter what job it is. If you look at the productivity of a human versus the profits of a corporation since about the 1800s, the profits of corporations have gone through the roof. Humans are still doing, technically, the same amounts of labor per given task over said time. Which is why we have more rich people than ever before. Because all the labor that we would normally do, that we have done since fucking time began, has changed into profits for corporations. Like, literally. And it's bizarre to think that it's not going to... I don't know if people think it's going to change, but definitely, well, from my perspective, I don't think it's going to change. And that's going to cause more conflict in the labour market. It is. Unless we tell them, no, you're going to have to pay people more money to do less work. I know it sounds really strange, but in the future, you're going to have to either pay people to do fuck all just to keep the entire monetary system going. Like, think about it. If no one's got a job, or people got jobs that are so shit in terms of productivity and like what they're doing, you're going to have to pay them stupid amounts of money for one reason, to buy other people's shit. Corporations shit, basically. So how are you supposed to buy an iPhone when you're getting paid basically fuck all to do a job that technically you don't even need to do, because the computer does 90% of it? Like I said, take for instance, you work in a call center and you're a chat responder. You know, one of them beautiful people. We've got clients, and you can chat to one of our representatives for a job or whatever. They're not going to last long either. They're going to be out of a job. What are you going to do with them? Like, people who answer the phone, they're dead. A computer will do that shit for you, because the computer knows all the customers, knows your name, knows where you live, doesn't need to say please or thank you or any of that bollocks. Just knows, and I can tell what you're saying, what your problem is. Like, you can do that right now if you ring the bank, and that's not AI. I mean, it's a crude version, but it's not AI. And that's been going on for 10 years, even before AI was even a fucking trending word on X or whatever. So people need to realize how creepy this whole innovation shit is. Because it's going to affect everybody sooner or later. I mean, fucking hell. They literally want to replace humans with digital humans, digital robots, shall we say. I mean, that's the entire point. Because first of all, you don't have to pay them, and they work 24/7, day or night. Like, if you had a choice as a businessman who's the only thing in your mind is profits, would you choose to hire 10 people? Or would you use one bot who can do 10 people's job all at the same time? Because you got to understand here, we're not talking about a bot, like one bot. We're talking about a system that can do 100 people's job all at the same time. It's not like you need 10 of these fuckers running around. You know, you just need one script. It will do 100 people's job. It doesn't get tired. Doesn't take a break. Doesn't do anything. It's got no rights. It's a fucking script. It's code. There's no way a corporation with any sense of making profit would say, I'll hire a human. That's fucking dumb. And that is going to come pretty soon. They're already making that a thing. And that's why people who invented AI are saying it's dangerous. Not because of the actual social implications of AI, which is amazing. You got like Elon Musk saying we're all going to live in a world of abundance. Okay, if you don't include the pitchforks and the whole monetary system, great. But if you count the monetary system and the pitchforks, this ain't going to go smooth. It just isn't. I mean, well. So, yeah, we need to be careful on the AI thing. As for the government and their mad shit, well, I think they're going to find out in like 2 years that the world's passed them on already, like very quickly. One thing I do think is interesting in terms of social stuff is education, because I think a lot of people in my country and other countries are not educated on how money works. Yeah, believe it or not, they're just not. Like, a lot of people in this country hate migrants, not because they're racist. They just think their community is being changed. And it's not that their community is being changed because the people in power don't understand money. And they don't care. Like, they won't tell people about pensions, basic math, the birth rates of the United Kingdom. Like, all these things matter. But they're so stupid and fucking, well, basically scared to tell the truth. And that's why there's no trust in politics. It's because these politicians are so shitty at saying, yeah, it's fucked. And this is the way it is. They won't say that. They just rather arse everybody instead of saying, no, it's pretty fucked. And because of us, it's fucked. Like I said, buying a house. Like, why give your money to a bank instead of the local council? And then you wonder why your bin men don't get paid. The reason why your bin men go on strike is not because the councils run out of money. They literally sold their revenue, well, legislated, not even sold it. They legislated to have less income. Like, think about this logically. If you live in a council house, where does your council rent go? Like, where does that money go? It goes right back into the very pot that you get taxed from, right? So, if you're paying Sky TV or some other fucking subscription service, shall we say, does that money get taxed at the same rate as the government would collect it? When you pay rent on a council house, 100% of that money is taxed, literally 100%, because you live in a council house. So 100% of that money goes back into the same pot that we all pay into, kind of thing. But if you externalize your taxation, i.e. subscription service, whatever the fuck it is, a bank, the tax man goes to them externally, which is the government's problem, because they set the rates of taxation for external people, right? Not internal, i.e. the state. So the government says, well, we'll give you 3% tax, some fucking arbitrary number. So the banks are like, well, we don't give a fuck. We just made 97% profit. Like, this is the problem. Like, people don't understand basic arithmetic. If you pay a mortgage, the government gets about 3% of that shit. But according to whatever the tax level is. But let's just say 3% to be arbitrary. So the corporation or bank or whatever the fuck it is gets 99% of that shite in profits. So when you go to a shop and you buy whatever it is you buy, that's external. That's an external exchange of cash. But that's a choice. You're choosing to externally give it to a corporation. That's a choice. So if you don't want to buy from Apple, you don't buy from Apple, you buy Samsung or whatever the fuck it is. But you're giving money to them. And then the tax man says to them, give us some money back. That's the point. So the level at which you give to them, in terms of tax relief, or whatever it is always less than what the government would normally collect if you pay tax to the government. Because you will always pay 100% back if the government asks you for money. Like, regardless, it's always 100%. So when the taxman comes to collect your shit, VAT, you can't argue with it because it's the fucking government. That's your money, basically. So the government's only collecting what you technically owe them. Bit strange, but that's the way it works. But if it's external, like I just said, you get less money. So this whole privatization houses, which is my bugbear, as you can tell, is a joke. Because you're giving your money to a bank, which should be technically rent for your council to spend. And then your council has got no money because it doesn't collect any rent. The only thing it's allowed to collect technically by law is council tax. Why do you think your council tax has gone up? Because they've got no rent anymore. So the only way you can do it is council tax. Like, that's the only law mechanism that they can raise money from. Or immunities or stupid shit that tourists pay for, sadly. But in terms of actual shit, it should be rent. And they got rid of all the council houses. So how the fuck am I going to collect your bins if technically you ain't paying me to collect your bins? You're paying a bank. Council tax is not the be-all and end-all of... Because a lot of people confuse council tax with, oh, you collect my bins. No. They used to overall have a bigger budget because they got paid in rent as well as council tax. And your council tax was much slower for one reason. You paid rent to the council. Now you don't even pay rent, and you wonder why you get no bins. And you wonder why your council tax come, because they need to subsidise the fact that you're paying a fucking bank, which pays less tax overall in general, as a proportion of taxation as a wealth thing in the country. So it's weird. People love capitalism, but don't even understand how shit it is when it comes to social cohesion of your place of birth, shall we say. So it's a bit weird, you know. Like they were talking about energy before as well. Oh, don't build shit in my backyard, but they're quite happy to pay extortionate prices for energy. It's all bizarre. Because the Tories sold our gas reserves and then complained and blamed Russia. Like, why are you blaming Russia if you sold everything? That makes sense. But you want to sell it and tell us business is the only way to make money. No, bro. Business relies on labour. Without labour, there is no business. Everybody can have a great idea for a business. Try paying people, though. It's a different story all fucking together. Unless you get some help or some stupid shit. It's ridiculous. You take all the profits from a company and then expect to pay people pence. It's ridiculous. Why have we got so many rich people in the world? Because politicians are literal fucking idiots. I don't even think they're corrupt. I used to think that a long time ago. I used to think politicians are corrupt. No, I just think they're stupid. I honestly think most of these boomers, like this guy's born in fucking whatever century he was born in, just dumb as fuck. Like half of these people I know for a fact couldn't literally fucking tell me what a computer does or what it is, but they got smartphones apparently because they're fucking smart, which is irony in itself. Smartphones for dumb people. Bit weird. So I blame the caliber of our politicians. Do we need younger politicians? Probably. But I would like savvy politicians who actually fucking know what they're talking about in terms of basic principles of reality. Like 1 + 1 = 2. Instead of trying to flog me a house or some shit like Margaret Thatcher. Because they're relying on patriotism and ignorance and retarded. It's 2024. If you tried to make a computer game with shit tons of microtransactions, it would be a meme on YouTube right now. And it probably is. Just go and watch fucking Asmongold. He's talking about some fucking bollocks or some shit. But it's the same thing. Consumers are savvy when it comes to computer games, which I like. They never used to be. They're getting there. I hate microtransactions. They sell you half a game and said, do you want to buy the rest of the game? It's a blag. Computer games have made more money than movies since definitely since the 80s, right? Computer games. And now they want to charge me 80 quid for a fucking game. Why? Why are you going to charge me £80 for a game and it still takes the same amount of effort? You're just greedy. Yeah, that's the point. You're greedy. And they want to sell you shit. Okay, give it a good example as someone who's a qualified game developer. I make a computer game skin for, let's say I work on it for 20 hours or some shit, maybe 30. It takes me a week. I got paid a good chunk of money because I get paid by the company to make said skin for, let's say, Diablo 4, a game that I play. So I make a skin for Diablo 4. Blizzard, the company that owns the company and paid me, says that's a great skin. We're going to sell that now to 1.4 million customers for $20. Let that sink in. So I've just got paid, let's say, $1,000 in my time to make that game. I mean, it could be high, I'm just guesstimating. So I've made a solid $1,000. I'm a happy guy. I just got paid to do shit that they told me to do. But then the same company that paid me $1,000 just literally made, in literally about 30 minutes, if that, about $20 million from one asset that they paid me $1,000 to make. Do you understand how greedy that is by any stretch of anyone's imagination? Like, my time and effort is important and it's valuable. But the fact that you just sold that to every single person who plays Diablo 4 is literally greed on steroids. This company isn't a free-to-play computer game company, by the way. I'm just putting that out. It's not like they're broke or require people to buy skins to keep their servers going. This is Blizzard. This is a multi-billion-dollar company that should not, in any stretch of anyone's imagination, sell you a skin. Like, are you literally taking the piss? But corporations do these mad antics, and you wonder why people are crazy when it comes to computer game nerds like myself. Because it's ridiculous. Especially somebody who can build assets in a game. I know how long it takes. I know it's annoying. I know it's shit. But you're proud of it when you finally make your box. That's great. But then imagine a corporation saying, thank you for your box. That's awesome. Now we're going to sell that to millions of people who play our game for $20. Which I got paid in 1 hour. Like, literally. They're going to charge everybody $20 for something they paid me only for 1 hour's work. Even though it took me probably 14, 15 hours to make. At the minimum. They're going to sell to everybody for $20. Which is a piss take. A literal fucking piss take. So I don't get how people don't understand politicians or politics in regards to the whole shebang. It's pretty creepy. Like, Dame Priti Patel, she's annoying. Got sacked twice, still has a job. Fucking knows why, but she has. I mean, if I got sacked twice, I wouldn't get. How can you get sacked twice and still be a politician? I don't know, because politicians have no qualifications when required to get a job. It's the only vocation, literally only vocation, where it's a popularity contest. There's no need to be actually, well, smart. You just need to appeal to so many stupid fucking cunts that they will give you a tick in a box. Bit like gaming corporations. Well, I like this corporation, so I'm going to buy Tekken 8, which is utter garbage. But people love Tekken so much, they will still buy it anyway. It's ridiculous. The reason why I use the gaming industry as a juxtapose to politics is because they remind me of the same shit. You're trying to give me less shit for more money. And politicians are talking way too much and producing less. It's the exact same thing, but kind of the opposite way around. I would like the Labour government to just do your fucking job. Just do your job. I'm not asking for a miracle. Do what we pay tax for. It ain't that hard. If you can't do it, don't lie to me. Just say you can't do it. Which we go back to the whole two-person child shit. I wouldn't give that shit back. Because why? But, like, first of all, it's expensive as fuck. And stop having kids at that absurd rate where you think it's okay to have kids. Like, I owe you shit. Like I said, I don't have kids. But I pay for other people's kids through taxation. Am I a better person? No. But for everybody to start having mad kids, fuck off. Like, seriously, stop. Stop having kids. It's not your divine right to have kids. You want to have them, look after them. Don't start having them because you want a big family. Sounds great, but it's not the Waltons. Come on. So I kind of agree with Labour on this whole, kids are in poverty. Bro, we live in a capitalist society. Until you change that very aspect of our entire existence, everyone in every country will always have people in poverty. Go play Monopoly, someone always loses. Because that's capitalism. Unless you want to live in some weird ass, fucking, I don't know, Marxist, weird, kleptomaniac, fucking, I don't even know what that's called. But you will always have people who are poor. It's the degree at which they're poor. But you'll always have poor people. And you just need to accept that if we live in a capitalist society. Is it great? No. If you can show me any country in the world that came up with a great idea where humans actually are not a bunch of fucking weirdos or cunts, show me. And I'll be more than happy to listen and argue in your corner. Until then, you live in fucking delusional land. I'm just going to point out, we live on planet Earth in a universe with no edge. And you should take that as literal because that's the truth. We live on a rock in a universe with no edge. And the best we can come up with is my best friend lives in the sky. Literally. Like, that's the best we can do. We have our own, very own special friend. Because without it, most people would freak the fuck out. I mean, some of us can cope with no friend in the sky shit. A lot of people can't. I mean, just look at the whole conflict in the Middle East. Do you think that's because they both hate each other? No, not really. It's because they read a book that says, I'm right and you're wrong. Now, two people read the exact same book that says the exact same shit, then what do you think's going to happen? If two people read a book that says, I'm right, you're wrong, and you ask them to agree on anything, that sounds like an explosion. It's literally in science. It's called antimatter. Like, literally, it's kind of funny. Like, humans are like little weird particles, aren't they? Little electrons and protons, neutrons. Like, that's what I'm saying. She's put her hand in, this pretty tall lady. She's like, I'm gonna be the new leader of the Tory party. Go ahead then. Fuck off. Like, she's trying to be different. She got sacked twice for being shit. How is she still an MP? How? Because the only people she's actually accountable to, which is why most of these are stuck up little cunts, is the electorate. And the electorate, no offense to anybody who votes, mainly dumb. The vast majority of people, and they keep banging on about this, which is quite funny, is most people don't vote. Most people don't vote in elections. Not because they're uninterested, it's because they can't be asked. Because these people are so up their own arse. It's like, the vast majority of people will say they're all the same. And they don't mean that they're robots, technically. It just means they're just full of shit. They don't tell the truth. They tell you what you want to hear, not what actually is the truth. And that's the problem. Like, I would prefer Nigel Farage to say, I'm a fucking racist. And migrants are diluting the English people, i.e. white people, of the country. Because that's exactly what it means. Like, people say, is he dog whistling? Can't you just tell the truth instead of saying he's dog whistling? Instead of saying he's a racist cunt. He wants to gin up the people who think white people are going to go extinct. Even though 87% of Britain is white. Like, you would literally think we're being invaded by the fucking Danish or some fucking random ass or the fucking cunts who fucking invaded us in the past. It's pretty bizarre. It is. So, it's confusing on so many levels. But, after my tangent, I'm going to say this. Am I happy to see the back of the Tories? Yes. Am I happy to criticise this Labour government eventually when they actually get round to doing anything? Because they still haven't done anything yet. It's on the like little honeymoon period, so to speak. Because they haven't actually said anything. Been talking about what they're going to say. That's great. Do something, though. So when they eventually get round to doing some shit, you'll hear more me vocally. Because I'm not just anti-Tory, I'm anti-bollocks, to be quite honest. Tory, Labour, most of these are neoliberals anyway, like on both sides. Like you get people saying they're not conservative enough. Even they're neoliberals, which is quite funny. A lot of them say, Margaret Thatcher was a conservative. Bro, she was the biggest neoliberal I've ever seen in my life. You can even ask fucking Ronald Reagan if you want any proof on that shit. She literally sold globalisation to Britain. Was globalisation a good idea, ladies and gentlemen? No, it wasn't. But Thatcher was one of the biggest cheerleaders for globalisation. Like, literally. So, you should probably read the fucking history book instead of telling me you're a Tory and you love Thatcher. Thatcher destroyed this country economically and socially. Just like Ronald Reagan destroyed America economically and socially. He was a Republican. I mean, it was Nixon, literally Nixon, who invited China to the World Trade Organization so we can get cheap labor for giant, massive American corporations. And these people don't give a fuck. It's like they're making money. Especially people who tell you business is the creation of society. Fuck off already. We don't live in the 1800s anymore. Like, stop it. I mean, I do understand their affiliation with the past. The past is great. It seems great. Like, I always say to people, oh, I love the 80s and the 90s because of the music and shit. And people say the 60s. But if you peel away the bullshit, well, you know, the rose-tinted glasses, was it that great, really? No. So we need to be a bit real. Hopefully, with my skepticism fucking shades on, the government will do better than the last bunch of fucking retards. I mean, do better because, no jokes, before they like it or not, Nigel Farage will be the Prime Minister. And don't tell me it can't happen. The guy who tried to overthrow the American election is literally running for president. And everyone's kissing his ass because he got shot at with a pelican. I mean, fuck off. Donald Trump is the worst thing to happen to America. But they love him. That's the democratic way. You can vote for leaders who are totally shit. That's how democracy works. If you give a bunch of stupid fucking cunts the right to vote, you can't stop them voting at that point. So you're stuck with what you get. Like, I love to see British politicians squirm every time they mention the word Donald Trump or his name in a sentence, because they can't say he's a fucking idiot, because now he's running for president. They're gonna have to suck his fucking dick, basically, which is amazing, because it reminds me of like Chamberlain going over to Hitler and saying, "Do you want to sign this don't invade Poland thing?" Like, that's what happened to Chamberlain, right? Chamberlain was like, "Oh, man of the people, and we can go and convince Hitler." He's not going to go mental. Look, we even signed a document to say he's not going to go crazy. What happened next? You know what happened next. So don't believe the hype. Here's the point. Don't believe the hype, because in my opinion, the scary part is people don't understand that America is the wild card. First of all, they're not old enough to know what a democracy is. They're still getting used to that idea, which is kind of funny. Like, literally it is. It's kind of funny to see a country that's only about 270 years old. Don't forget, my country is 1,800 years old. And most of the countries are older than the United States. So when they say democracy, they're the new kids on the block. So I think their temptation to be a dictatory, shippy, fucking weird thing is kind of, I think it's part of the course of a nation. Because you can look at it, I mean, we had a dictator, his name was fucking Oliver Cromwell. He was a bit of a mad cunt, right? And so does his brother. I mean, Oliver Cromwell was so fucking insane. We were like, fuck that, bring back the king. Like, that's how insane Oliver Cromwell was. We was a republic for a very short time in our history, in case no one's paying attention. So, that's mad. So maybe they're just going through the Oliver Cromwell bit. And they're like, fuck it, we want a king. Which, sadly, is Donald Trump. Now, the implication of it, if you take Donald Trump out of the equation, it's hard to do so. But if you take him out of the equation, is what does that mean for their country? Because all the shit that they're trying to argue about politically, and most of it's political, is how does that impact the rules of the president, of how they govern. Like, let's say Donald Trump wins the next election, or the upcoming election, and he fundamentally changes the United States and how they operate. That's not just going to be like an American thing. That literally is a global thing. So, fasten your seatbelts, kind of mad shit, right? That's Robert Jenrick, what a prick. Anyway, so fasten your seatbelts, because this is not going to be you see, it takes a party to implement certain things where another party will go, oh, that's actually a good idea, right? Because when the Democrats impeached Trump, for whatever reason, right, the fact is, the Republicans went, you know what, that's a great strategy. We're going to copy that. And they have been. So they've been banging about impeaching fucking Joe Biden. Like, why? Whatever. But he did it. Because, first of all, most of the people who vote in America anyway are fucking retarded. And they like that shit. Right? They like the fanfare and all that. Like, I'm famous. Like Jim Jordan, who's a fucking clown. Right? So they like all that kind of shit. But it's going to affect politically the world. Like, the guy who we elected as VP, and I'm not going to get into it, but I'll eventually get into the assassination bit in a minute. The guy who we elected is a senator who hates Donald Trump. He doesn't like him. Mr. Vance. Like, you can go back and check all of his points. Like, Donald Trump's a cunt, he's this, he's that, whatever. But all of a sudden, now he's up his ass. Like, a lot of people. Because in America, okay, American politicians are very fickle. They don't really care about morals or standards, which is well known. They give a fuck about money. He likes power, he's a senator, so, you know, he's kind of there for life if he keeps his shit clean. So, him getting Vance is a weird thing. He doesn't like Ukraine. He doesn't want to give any money to Ukraine. It's just bizarre, considering the state of the country and the world. So, he's interesting. So, if he wins, you can expect the NATO to just literally turn upside down. Like, literally. I don't see any world in which this is a good idea if Donald Trump's elected. Is Joe Biden much better? Yes. Will he last? I will tell you this, right? In my humble opinion, if he wins this election, Biden, that is, if Biden wins, he's not going to last 2 years. He'll be out before 2 years. And Camilla will take over. He'll be done within a year. Well, 18 months I give him. At the most. He'll be gone way before the next election. Ill health, whatever you want to call it. I think he's only staying there to beat Biden. Now, you get a lot of pundits on the TV and YouTube. Is this a changing point for Donald Trump because he's being assassinated? No, it's not, actually. A lot of people don't watch politics or understand Americans as much as I do, to be fair. Even people who are supposed to get paid for this job, like, literally don't listen to, first of all, right-wing radio stations and former people who used to work for Donald Trump. who got him elected in the first place. Like, they don't listen to the people who used to work for Donald Trump. That's always handy if you're going to make an assumption of what's this election going to be. First of all, Donald Trump literally brags about abortion in the United States. The vast majority of people in the United States thinks abortion rights, the way it was before, was a good idea. Because it was just a non-problem, shall we put it that way, right? And now it's complex, it's annoying, it's fucking every state's got themselves. It's not about rights, it's about convenience. And a lot of people forget about that. It's convenience. Like, the same right that people talk about with Roe versus Wade is literally, it's been on the books longer than the right to drink water from a tap as a white person. The Jim Crow laws only ended in the 60s. You know what I'm saying? So Roe versus Wade has been on the books longer than fucking equal opportunities when it comes to blacks and whites. So that's how long this is entrenched for. And you need to understand that. It's bonkers to say that, because a lot of people just don't think about American timelines or implications of said policies. But it's true. And a lot of fucking people don't like the abortion thing. And they trust me, I'm going to be honest, they don't like Joe Biden. They know he's old as fuck. But they don't want anything close to Donald Trump again. They will bite their tongue, make sure he's not the president. So, did he get shot? Give him a poll boost? Yes. Against this, in the same group of people who like them anyway. He's got no poll boost in any other independent or democratic pollsters poll. Like, have you noticed they haven't told you that shit? They keep telling you, is it good for Donald Trump? Yeah, explain how and for whom. It's good for Donald Trump's base because they fucking love him anyway. Like, they're always going to kiss his ass regardless. But it's had no effect, literally, on the actual data of Joe Biden losing any points against him. For all the gaffes Joe Biden's made, even though the TV want to tell you that, like, he's lost the plot. He kind of has lost the plot. He's fucking old. But in terms of, does it affect the poll numbers? Seriously? No. They haven't moved a jot. Joe Biden is still in the lead when it comes to the average polls. If you ask the average American, Joe Biden is still 50-odd and Donald Trump is 47. Don't forget, Joe Biden beat Donald Trump in the last election. And Donald, can I just tell you this as well? Joe Biden was not even popular in that election at all, especially with black African American voters. Because don't forget, he made some kind of crazy speeches when he was a senator of Des Moines, right? About like black people in America. Like, he did. Like, you can look it up. It's fucking right there. It's not a joke. But the fact is, they didn't want Donald Trump. And the amount of shit he's got up to since he was president, that's why he lost. And it's just mad to think that your political people that you listen to, including myself, I've just got this shit so wrong. I was the one who said he's never going to be Hillary Clinton. He just won't. Hillary was hated on both sides, Republican and Democrats. She was never going to beat Donald Trump, ever. She's one of the most disliked people in the United States, and you could put anybody up against Hillary Clinton, she would have lost. She's just a disaster. Mrs. Soup Pants herself. And that's from the 90s, for fuck's sake, when she was married to Bill Clinton. Nobody liked it nobody liked it in the Democratic Party, even when Bill Clinton was the fucking president. Everybody disliked her. She's just a weird bitch. Put it that way. So, no. And the reason why, like I said, Biden won is because, let's face it, Donald Trump is a fucking clown. If anybody says to me, Donald Trump's been a good president, I have to ask you, do you need medical attention? Like, I study politics, as you can tell, I stream it a lot. You must be mad to think he's a good president, or ever was. He's a fucking disaster. He's a game TV show host. I mean, Ronald Reagan, God bless him, he started off as a movie star and became president in the United States. And a gullible cunt. Don't forget, he got shot as well. But the difference with Ronald Reagan is he never used getting shot as a way to get elected because his Democratic counterpart was already shit anyway. So it's not like he's going to win based on being shot at. It's just the mood of the nation was completely different. And let's understand another thing. This guy tried to overthrow the election the last time he won. Like, a lot of people watch the TV and are not stupid in America. I know I bang on about people being stupid, but I'm just trying to use that in like a way. But the fact is, Donald Trump is a fucking disaster on so many levels that even Americans know it. They don't like Joe Biden. Like, who does, really? I mean, he is stupidly old. But we can get rid of him. Well, not we, but the Americans get rid of him. I'm pretty sure the Democrats will get rid of him pretty soon after he wins. And he will be happily to be moved on. Harris will take over. And this is the weird thing, is because before Harris leaves, or before the next election, which would be, what are we in, 2029 or some shit, Harris will already contest her election, because she'll have to. She will be getting taken over by somebody else. She will not. She will put a hat in the ring to be president in 2029. She won't win it though. Someone else will win it, because they know she's not popular either. So I would say it's a stopgap. Trump can't run again. Thankfully, neither can Biden. So we'll have new fresh blood. I don't know who was going to be on the Republican side. No idea. I don't know who's going to be on. Fucking hell. Let me see. By that time, I think AOC will be old enough to run for president. I know she couldn't run because she's too young. You have to be 40 something to run for president. Something. I don't know how old she is, but you have to be a certain age to run for president and a natural born citizen. So it's going to be someone young, but not young. Technically, you'd have to be 50-ish, give or take, I suppose. Unless you, I think, what's it, 47? Someone can correct me in the comments section. I'm pretty sure it's like 40. It's either 37 or 47. I can't remember. Anyway, you have to be a certain fucking age. So hopefully someone will do it. But like I said, people worry about Joe Biden 4 years. Bro, that's why we have vice presidents. You have no fucking laugh. We can get rid of them. I keep saying we, like I'm American. I'm not. What I'm saying is, they have a fucking way to say, yo, step down. And they will just announce it like it's normal. Ill health, whatever. They can just make some shit up. No one fucking cares. Kamala Harris will take over. She will be basically the president. And they'll just have an election like normal. It's not like new. It's just people always live like day to day and just forget history. Like I said, plenty of people are being shot in America. And you know the funny thing is, I was watching some Republican stuff today. Like I said, you should always watch both sides. The guy who shot Donald Trump had Trump signs outside his house and is a card-carrying member of the Republican Party. So it's not some mad left-wing guy. Which is weird. Because if all the speeches that you watch on YouTube, just go back and watch them. Left-wing people. Have you noticed no one's saying left-wing shit? Because we know the identity of the shooter now. We know his house. We know all his shit. Republican. Crazy Republican. What's new? I mean, you do get left-wing crazy people. I'm not saying that you don't. But the guy who shot at Donald Trump is a Republican. He literally has Donald Trump signs outside of his house. So, you know, this whole socialist right-wingers, left-winger thing is fucking contrived more than anything else. First of all, that guy was mentally ill. He was 20. Like, I don't know how no one not noticed he was sick. I mean, most people don't go around buying guns unless you're American. So I think most Americans are sick who like guns because they're addicted to them. It's the culture. So, but if you're 20, I don't know, should be doing something up which like collecting fucking rifles or whatever. Probably got bullied at school or some shit. I don't fucking know. Point is, that kid was sick. I'm not like condoning clearly what he did, because you shouldn't condone anything. It does, even if I don't like Donald Trump, you shouldn't be taking shots at the guy. Beat him at the ballot box. That's the best way to do politics. Don't like fucking kill people. It's ridiculous. So yeah. Anywho, enough about that guy. I'm just glad to bring it back full circle to Parliament. I don't need to talk really about this yet. It's already done. They're just going to debate bollocks all day and just talk about it. I could just leave this on and walk away. You still listen to the same stupid speeches about Labour being like, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Which is great. I'm not going to lie. But shouldn't be like this for hours. But I thought I'd just at least stream this bit. I did tell you, I thought it'd be on at 3 o'clock and it's 2:30. So, earlier than I thought. I've been streaming for like 2.5 hours. So, 3 hours, 10 minutes, my clock's saying. So, at least you enjoyed me waffling at the very end about random shit, as usual. Mainly houses. But yeah, you know what? I'm gonna not shut up. I'm gonna show you something that I was gonna show you before it kicked off, right? I totally forgot until I just looked at me at the screen. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. Right, so this is something else completely, but this is from Channel 4, so I'm gonna credit them. It's so nice seeing the other day when they were announcing like ministers and whatever. I was like, oh, that's interesting. So this is a snippet. I don't want to play the full thing. It's not like 40 minutes. But I'm going to play some answers to some questions. And this guy here, this is Mr. Timpson. His name's James Timpson. You can look him up if you want. He's the new prisons minister. I was like, who? Who the fuck's James Timpson? Who's this guy? So I did my research. It seems a weird... not weird because of the person. It's weird that the government done it. So I was confused anyway. So I thought you would like this before this kicked off. So I'll show you it now after me waffling for fucking God knows how long. So enjoy just a snippet. If you want to find it, it's Channel 4. It's called Timpson's Boss on Upside Down Management and Business. I think it's a really interesting interview. Not the only one you can find. There's plenty of other ones. But this one I found interesting because it's like, it's long and it's an interview, Channel 4. So I like this one better in terms of the format. But it's run by LBC with James as well. James, this one, if you can see down here. There's a James O'Brien one, which is also interesting. This one's longer. But I just like this one because it's a bit more formal and whatever. So... But watch both of them. I just like some of his answers. But the fascinating thing is, he's the new prisons minister. So, listen, I think the government put him in charge of prisons. So, like I said, it's not the full thing. So, don't hate me.
Every role of responsibility, we want someone who is lined up to take on that role. We're training them up for it. And there may be even another one in that role as well. And that's, so for me, that's my sleep well at night management stuff. As long as I've got someone lined up to take that job, I don't panic.
Are you a product of succession planning?
Yes, I am.
Your dad worked out that you were going to get the job?
Well, I wouldn't say it was that logical.
Did you ever have any doubt that you were going to go into the family business?
No.
Because a lot of, particularly in retail, small retail, loan traders, sole traders, the trouble is that their kids don't want to take over the business.
Yeah, and I loved it. I loved it from day one. I was working in the shops when I was 15, just loved serving customers, putting money in the till. Even now, when I go into a shop, I love that sound of just, the till going and putting money in the till. My sister wasn't really that interested.
It's tap on a machine though, isn't it?
Yeah, look, I think 85% of our transactions is tap on machine now. My sister was never really interested. One of my brothers is a Tory MP, not for much longer because he's stepping down. And I have 2 adopted brothers who not really engaged in the business. So in some ways I was really lucky that, I had this opportunity, but also I'd have actually really liked having a sibling to work along. I've got a number of friends who work together in their family businesses, and it's not without its challenges, but I would have really liked that.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about family because, again, your parents became quite well known for having fostered a huge number of kids while you were growing up. What was that like?
Chaotic. When I look back, it was bonkers some of the time. I remember when it all first started. So my mum died 8 years ago, and she was always loved kids. She was a nanny before she got married, and then when she had the three of us, I think she just had this. My dad was away working a lot. I think she just wanted kids around.
You know what I like about him, right? And this might be weird, but he's been working class in such a strange way that I find it hard to explain. His family's rich, but because they've always worked, like, forever, like, well, since his great-granddad or whatever, who started selling shoelaces or whatever the fuck it was in the 1800s. The point is, right, I don't think anybody, whoever you are, begrudges being rich or whatever. I just think people dislike greedy rich people. Like, isn't that the whole point of Scrooge? He was a fucking rich type bastard. Like, there's nothing wrong with being successful as a businessman and being ruthless. I mean, I don't know anybody in business who's not ruthless. Like, you'd have to be a clown, right? So he's clearly ruthless, but he also comes across as someone who's pragmatic, which helps, and also in a way which is strange, especially in this day and age, he actually gives a fuck about actual people. And that's why I'm so intrigued why the government picked him of all people. He's either going to do really well, or he's not going to last long in his job. And that's my fear. It's like he might be the first person, regardless of what you think of him, to get the kibosh. Not because he's not good at his job. I think he might be too honest in his job, which is a bit weird. We shall see. I'm not judging, like I say. I still haven't heard, and I'm very intrigued to see this. I want to see a fucking interview with him. Now he's the prison minister. This is way before. This is 4 months ago. So this is 4 months before he even got the fucking job. And I literally have scoured YouTube to find any updates on this dude. I can't find shit. And that's depressing, really, when you're trying to understand, well, we got a new government, we got new ministers, I've seen everybody. Like, they haven't been talking so much because they are still technically new in government. I'll give them that shit. But I want to see people, at least who have jobs, fucking explain stuff. And I would like to see, especially this guy, I'm very intrigued. Because he's a little curveball for me. I'm not going to lie, he is. Like, if the Tories did this, I'd be equally interested. But they didn't, so fuck them.
So she signed up as a foster care. In those days, the maximum time they could stay with you would be 6 months, and then they would go to somewhere else. And I remember we turned up one morning for breakfast on school day, and these two kids had arrived in the middle of the night, and they were there wearing our school clothes. And that was Simon and Sean, the first foster children. And they stayed with us 6 months, and they went back to a children's home. And then more and more came, and more and more came. And my mum just became really passionate about these kids. And it was just the volume. I think she had 97 foster children in her fostering career. And some were amazing. Some were great fun. Some used to play football with me in the garden. Some were an absolute nightmare. The language some of them used. We had pets murdered, the greenhouses smashed up, cars smashed up. It was pretty high stress at times.
How old were you when?
7 when it first started.
So did you feel displaced? Did you feel neglected as a result? Or?
No, my parents were always really good. We always were very loved, and we always knew that we were the sort of the core family. But we also had a responsibility to help my mum and my dad with these kids. You know, we're sort of part of the team.
So they weren't treated the same. They weren't treated as if they were.
I think they would have felt
parents' children.
I think they were. They came on holiday with us. It was completely normal. But my parents were very good. You know, we were very loved. I never felt that I was missing out on my childhood. When I look back now, I think it was amazing to share my life with these people who had, you know, I had a very privileged upbringing. These kids had nothing. You know, I mean, a lot of the time I was sitting outside Style Prison for hours on end in my mum's car with my brother and sister while my mum took the babies to go and see their mum in prison. You know, it was pretty fruity. You know, we used to have methadone in the fridge all the time. We used to have a sign saying, you know, don't touch the methadone. You know, we could have the Calpol, but not the methadone.
Or because some of the kids were on methadone.
Yeah.
That's mad, and it's so refreshing. Like, imagine, even someone like me, who professes to be, I know, fuck it all. Whatever. Put in anything you want at that fucking statement. But to listen to a guy who's had like 97 foster kids or whatever, and just be like, no, seriously, we had methadone in the fridge. You could have the Calpol. Do not touch the methadone. Like, even for me, that would be a trip. Like, honestly, if you think that's normal, whoa, like, that's mad. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm so interested in how he's going to be prison minister. If you haven't seen him talk about prisons, please do. It's very interesting. But I just want to give you like a little highlight of him, because he talks very different. I can't, like, I'm scared that he's going to fail. I don't want him to, but I'm scared he will, because I don't think he's a lying cunt, really. That's the vibe I get anyway. Like, he seems like a very down-to-earth guy. Is he right or wrong? Well, he makes fuck tons of money. I'm pretty sure he's doing something right if he makes fuck tons of money. So, you know, I'm just saying. I'm just going to show you just for the benefit of me, because I thought it was interesting. I was going to show you at the very beginning. You see me turn it off. So now I've got the opportunity to just, you know, a little bit. But do check up on him, because it's interesting, like I said. But now I'm going to shut up anyway.
And how did that leave you feeling about fostering yourself or doing something similar?
I wouldn't foster myself, because I do think you can bring damaged kids into your family, and you've got to be pretty robust to do that. I suppose my outlet has been on the prison side of things, giving people a second chance that way. And there's lots of other things we do around supporting children and especially foster carers. I do think it's a gamble, but I do think it's incredible what foster carers do. The big difference now is if you're a foster carer, you can keep children for much more than 6 months. It could be years. They will become much part of the family. And I think that is probably a lot easier than we used to have, because literally they'd become part of the family and then just go. And that was traumatic for my mum, but also quite traumatic for us, especially some of the good ones.
Let's come back to the book then. Lead by example. Easier said than done?
I think it's about consistency and about trying to communicate well. So as a leader, you know, there are lots of things I'm not very good at, but I just try and focus on the things that I believe are important and keep the culture alive. So I'd say most of my time is about going around the business, talking to people and communicating.
And you can do what you want as well, presumably.
Yeah,
if that's the culture of the business.
Yeah, so it does help that your boss is your dad, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose. But I mean, you could cause chaos in that situation, couldn't you? In a management culture, you know, you could promote whoever you want, or you know, bend the rules for somebody, or say, we'll take 3 months off to deal with whatever it is.
Yeah, and you see that in family businesses where things start going wrong. So we have 3 children, and they're all just now all left university, all in work. Our daughter works for Marks and Spencer's on their grad scheme, and our 2 boys are both in the business, and they know they have to prove themselves. They need to work harder and achieve more than anybody else if they're going to get promoted.
What's your attitude towards executive pay then? I mean, do you think there's a ratio above which it's wrong to go for top people?
I don't buy the argument that you need to pay someone £5 million a year for them to run a company. It's a privilege to run a company. And the way you earn decent money for me is having a long-term plan. And I worry about companies that pay high levels of pay because often they have to do it because people don't stay. So they've always got to keep bringing new people in all the time. So my view on executive pay is I pay my colleagues the going rate for the job, and I pay them a big bonus if we do well.
Right. Navigating difficult situations in the workplace. What does that mean?
Let me give an example. So colleagues of concern. Every month I get a list of probably about 30 colleagues who are having problems, health problems, normally health problems, problems with kids, relationship issues, debt issues, and so on. And it's our job to support them. They've been good colleagues in the past, they'll be good colleagues in the future, but these factors that are impacting them away from work need to be supported. So I have a colleague called Janet, who's our Director of Happiness, and she spends a lot of her time with colleagues who are actually unhappy. A number of our colleagues will get into problems with money. They can afford to replace the tyres on the car, but if the exhaust goes as well, problem. So we like to give them money, lend money, but if they don't come to us and talk to us, they get into trouble. It's Janet's job to go and sit in their front room and go through all the bills, work out a plan. We pay off the loan sharks. We do that quite a lot. So it's a case of having a culture.
So do you have your own lending scheme, basically?
Yeah. Oh, we've got about 300 grand lent out at any one time. Virtually everyone pays it back. A colleague has asked for £2,700 because she's moving into a flat with no boiler and she's getting carbon monoxide poisoning. And she's a really good colleague. So we've given her a £700 loan and given her £2,000 as a freebie from us. So it's our way of saying, we'll get you out, we'll help you. Thanks for coming forward to us. And
what do other business leaders say to you about the way you run your business? Do you get a lot of sort of like, well, it's all right, you just do shoe repairs. That's fine for your bit, but we're in grown-up businesses.
Yeah, I think they think I'm really uncommercial. They think I'm uncommercial because, we have all these benefits and we pay for this and actually I would say I'm the most commercial business person you're going to come across. I'm pretty tough, but I know that this is the right way to inspire people to perform. I also think that they think, oh, we're a family business, we'll be old-fashioned and, it'll be, jobs to the boys, that sort of stuff. Again, no. I'm always on the lookout for the best people to come through. But our business is different and we have a long-term view. And I've been the chief exec for 22 years and hopefully I'll certainly do another, 10 or something like that. So it is different.
But do you think these ideas are translatable to every business?
Completely. And I can give you
not just business, every workplace.
Yeah. I can give you a number of examples of businesses where they run along very similar lines, successful business. Admittedly, a lot of family businesses where it's easier to justify. It'd be very difficult to, if I was running a PLC, to justify, if profits are down, why we bought another 3 holiday homes. Yeah. I can see that. But actually, when times are difficult, you want to spend, that's when you want to buy the three holiday homes.
Can you imagine what the Daily Mail would say if the civil service had a director of happiness in every department?
It would be a difficult one to answer. I think, but ironically, I think the public service is not good at HR. They've got so many HR people who are, I'm sure lots of them are really good at HR, but the culture of the public sector means that it's very difficult for them to do these things, but these things work.
Why? What's wrong? What do they get wrong?
It's very process driven. It's very regimented. Say someone is turning up late for work. They will just go down the HR process, letters, disciplinary. We'll just sit down and say, Brian, why are you late? What's happening? What can we do to help? So we're quick in getting over them.
And what if Brian is just a bit useless?
We'll have that chat. And if he's not going to work out, then we'll say, why don't you be happy? Maybe we should help you find your happiness elsewhere.
Then you find him get a job with a later start.
By the way, the happiness elsewhere one, I stole from Disney. I spent a few days behind the scenes at Disney in Florida, and they were brilliant at the whole HR stuff.
Elaborate.
So let me give you an example. So everyone's a cast member there, so they sort of big it all up. And give you one standards. So they're very particular on standards. And everyone's job description at Disney, you have to pick up litter from the chief exec to someone who's just joined. And just before you go out into the park, they have a big mirror, and it says check, hair and everything else. And then they have a vending machine with combs, deodorant, razors. So if anybody's not perfect, then so now in our shops, we have a no excuse box with deodorant, spare ties, badges, hairbrush and that sort of stuff. And culturally, there's so many great examples about how they have consistently high levels of customer service alongside consistently high levels of standards.
Your final lesson is give back to get more. What does that mean?
I think, and again, this may sound really uncommercial, but the more jobs we do for free in our shops, the more profit we make out of our shops. The more money we give to support our colleagues and their charities, the more money we give to good causes, the better we seem to do. And one of the things that I believe, business is there to make profit, but it's also there to do good things. And one of the things that we measure is the amount of philanthropy that we can do as a business to help the societies that we trade from. So on the free jobs, we ask our colleagues every day to do a random act of kindness for two reasons. One is actually good for your health, to do a random act of kindness every day. And the other is great customer service. Let me give you one of the examples that we do a lot. In our Max Spielman and Snappy Snap shops, we get a lot of customers coming in to develop a photo, to put in a frame, to put in a coffin for a funeral. So they're walking in distressed, grieving, so we always give it for free. And customers can't believe it, and they always come back, and it's a really nice thing to do for someone in your community. And so we're actually encouraging our colleagues to do more and more things for free. Holes in belts, bit of a glue here, someone's having a tough time, free. And I just think it may sound really uncommercial, but the more we do, the more money we seem to make.
Because you're building relationships with people.
We're building and no one does it anymore. No one really gives you freebies. It's always, you're part of a process. So one of the things that helps is our tills in our shops is basically a calculator with a cash drawer. They're not linked up to any head office. There's no pre-programming. It's just literally you press $9.99, shoe repairs, that's it. So it means they have the flexibility to charge what they like.
And do your people have to account for anything that they've given away?
No, not at all.
They don't have to enter it into the till and say, I gave somebody a £2.
No, we're not bothered.
Insult.
No, not at all.
So how do you work out, how do you do your balance sheet then? I mean, isn't there stuff that will be missing or inputs and outputs that don't quite add up?
Well, when we do our stock take, so we know when someone hasn't given enough stuff away for free because their margin's too.
Listening to this guy just blows your mind. Like, can I just, he's one of the biggest taxpayers, Timpsons. You can look it up, it's actually true. One of the biggest taxpayers in Britain. No jokes. Like, they pay enormous amounts of tax, considering the size of the company. And that's what I'm saying, biggest. In proportion to the company, they pay a large proportion of tax. But it's so mad to listen to a guy speak the way he does about, treating your fucking, he calls them colleagues. I've got a problem with that, and I understand where he's coming from. I would say workers, because, whatever. But for him to say colleagues, just the way he speaks about people in general, this is a very successful business, by the way. It's not like he's new. Like, Timpsons is one of the oldest companies in Britain, by the way. Just putting out the fucking obvious. But it's so refreshing to hear someone. He's got a different approach to how you have a team, a workforce, how you approach employment. Just all kinds of little small things that you wouldn't expect from a ruthless businessman. And do not get it confused. He's a ruthless businessman. You can't make money, like I said before, if you're not ruthless. And he is. But his ruthlessness is in a kind of different way. And that's one, it's refreshing. And two, it's also nice to see someone like him, who is a profitable businessman, tell you, there's pretty different ways how to make money. And one of his things is he treats his staff differently. And I think that's very important. And people should know this shit, because fucking hell. If you listen to most of the shit on the internet from business people, like, oh yeah, you fucking regimented the colonel bollocks or whatever. And he's not old by any stretch of the imagination, but he knows his shit. And like I said, you should watch a lot of interviews with him, because he's very consistent in his message. And to be fair, so is his dad, which I'm guessing he gets it from his dad. But his dad will say some of the ideas that Simpson came up with was because of his son, James. So very interesting. And the whole prisoner minister thing is what what I'm intrigued in. But I like the business side of it, clearly. So.
Right, so we do it that way. So come on, you're being a bit mean. Be a bit more generous.
So if you could change the world in any way, how would you change it?
I would like all businesses and organisations to state every year what they've contributed to society as a percentage of their profits, a percentage of their income, a percentage of whatever they do. And that way we can measure the impact that organisations have, because I believe businesses should be a force for good in the world. I think they really are a force for good. We employ people, we help people, we provide a service to people. But I also think that it's hollow making money unless you give back.
And do you have those numbers for your own business?
Yeah. So in fact, our accounts are about to be filed, I think, next week. And 4.3% of our profits we contributed, went in philanthropy. But then I think if we add in all of the prison stuff we do, it's probably nearer 10%. But for us, around about 4 to 5% is about where we want to pitch it.
I mean, do you think there's a bigger story to tell here, which kind of pulls together capitalism and politics and society around what you're talking about? I mean, you mentioned your brother in politics. I mean, you must have interesting dinner table chats about everything that's going wrong at the moment. Do you have bigger ideas or bigger ambitions than this?
Me personally?
Well, I mean, I don't mean necessarily for you, but I mean, you must have bigger thoughts as well.
So on my philanthropy, so I've been to Treasury 10 times about this, saying, why don't you just change the way, because directors' responsibilities are taken really seriously by directors. You have to do whatever's in there, you have to do it. The auditors won't sign off unless you do it. So very simple, on the front page of every account, I have to put in now whether we make any political donations. We don't, but I have to state whether we made, how many people we employ, what we do, and our profit and loss. I also have to say, actually, what our charitable contributions have been, but it's on page 297. No one cares, no one looks at it. It should be on the front page, because if it's on the front page, journalists will look at it, and our competitors will be able to look at it, and they'll be able to see, you'll be able to compare. Let me give you an example. BP, Shell, and Exxon. If they all had to say on the front page how much they contributed to society, then you can measure how much they are doing compared to the competitors, and then you can judge how successful they are in other means. Because my view is the more you give, the more successful the business or organisation will be.
I suppose what I mean is, your business rules are very much about giving trust to your business and to business in general, and creating relationships between customers and business. And that is obviously the massive thing that is lacking in society at the moment, particularly with our politics. Do you have any thoughts on how politics could make itself more trustworthy right now?
I think it's about leadership. It's about the clarity of leadership, and it's about how our leaders are communicating and acting. And I'm sure you've had lots sitting on this chair before, and you're looking at them and you say, "Yeah, I know you're not telling me the truth. This is a line. Just tell us the truth." But I don't know whether they ever will. But I think as a public, the answers are often not that difficult, and it's not always about money. It's about vision, and it's about a collective good feeling, so the country feels it's on the front foot. But when you're on the back foot, it's hard to get back on the front foot, and that comes down to leadership. And it's not about, in my view, spending money. It's about a vision and an energy around understanding what needs to be done, and also avoiding it's just focus on the big stuff, avoid all the little things that don't make much difference.
And that's interesting when he says the last bit, because that's what Keir Starmer's trying to do. If you listen to him, he's trying to focus on the bigger picture, whatever. So it's interesting. He's interested. The government's interested. Are they going to do it? I've got no fucking idea. To be quite frank, like I said, I've been doing this shit for years, so I'm going to be pessimistic, shall we say, right? And that's fair. I'm not going to just automatically, wave a flag and say we won because we voted Labour, because I wasn't really into Tony Blair, to be fair. But did Tony Blair do a lot of things good for the country? Yes. I mean, I still remember, not that you will, but I do. I remember Tony Blair introducing literally the minimum wage into UK politics. And they had a vote on it in the House of Commons. And guess who voted against it? The Tory party. The Tory party said, if we introduce the minimum wage, we'll all go bankrupt in like a week. Like literally. I mean, I don't know if they got it archived on YouTube or not, but they literally was like, oh no, you can't have the minimum wage. And now you got the likes of Boris Johnson and other people, even Rishi Sunak, bragging they introduced the living wage. These literal people voted against it and said it was anti-conservative to have a minimum wage. And that was literally about 20 years ago. You can't imagine the hypocrisy, especially me, because I've been at this for a long ass time, even before YouTube, to be fair. I was interested in politics, but in sense of like knowing and seeing things, it's a bit mad. But I like this guy's, like, he's not the only one. You go and look up Richard Sands, which is one of my favourite shops in Liverpool. Richard Sands, it's been there forever at the Bumdale Church. Just saying, if you want to go to Richard Sands, buy a nice hi-fi. But yeah, so Richard Sands did an EPO for his company. I mean, this guy's stupidly rich as well. But even as a stupidly rich person, he basically gave away his company. Literally. I mean, if you listen to that interview fully, you'll know what I'm saying. There's a good tax incentive to give away your company to your employees. But, as James said, the idea behind it was like a principled approach, because he doesn't have anybody like Richard Sands, the guy who makes Richard Sands in the UK. He doesn't have any kids. Don't know why, but he just doesn't. So in order to pass on your business and stuff, it's a lot more red tape than you think. But he decided, whether you like it or not, to say, well, I'm going to sell the company, but I'm going to sell it to all the people who were in the company. He basically IPO'd the company. It's called an EPO, employer, instead of I, which is anybody, investors. He gave it to his employees. And now the employees of Richard Sands own Richard Sands. I think he still has a role. I'm not a complete businessman, but I think he has a role in the company somewhat. But he's not the shareholder or the majority shareholder is the point. So the employees are the majority shareholders, which means like all the profits and shit, they can decide what to do with the profits. So let's say they make bonus money for 1 year. They can decide, shall we invest it in the company, in the shops and whatever? Or they can just say, well, we all want a fuck pay rise. So that's basically a co-op. Everyone knows what the co-op is, right? It's the co-op, but either for like a retail company, which technically in Britain, I don't know any co-ops that's ever done that. I think it was the first time anyone's ever EPO'd in Britain that way. Well, as far as I know, you can correct me in the chat box or whatever. But that's the first EPO I know in Britain, where the people have 51% stake, which means they're the majority shareholder in terms of they decide what happens next. So that's a very interesting thing. But I like him. I like his background. Like I said, his family, if you look back, has been rich, but they weren't like entitled rich, like given money. They actually they were workers rich, and they've always had it in terms of since great granddad or whatever. But the mentality of treating people with respect, trusting them, the philanthropy, his mum and dad, brilliant people, honestly. I mean, can't foster kids is shit, but that's hard work on its own. So he's clearly grew up in a situation where he's got a lot of empathy for people, and he clearly said, he just said it before, he's been better off than all the kids that came to him. Was it great? Was it shit? He didn't care. He needed to be a team for his mum and his dad or whatever. So this guy's clearly got a lot of empathy. He knows he wouldn't foster because it's mad. So I don't agree on that thing. But also, the trust in workers and how he says that. And I just find it interesting. The prison thing, I don't, like, I could go into that all day. But I find that interesting too, that Labour, I don't even know how they got him to do it, because he clearly likes being a boss of his company or whatever. So I don't know how they managed to grab the time out of him, basically. But I hope he doesn't fuck it up, because he doesn't sound like a politician to me. that's good. That's a good start. But I hope the media don't kill him for being, well, firstly and foremost, a successful businessman, and for trying to help the country with a shitty prison service. I think our prison service has been garbage for years. Don't know why they arrest people who have TV licenses and smoke weed. I mean, that's dumb alone. And for other, I would say minor offences, you go to jail and shit. Like, you could do community service. Like, is it a big deal? No, it's not. Put someone on a tag, make them do some dumb shit in the community, like clean rubbish. I don't fucking know. You shouldn't be in jail. It's a stupid crime. Let me be clear. People make mistakes. Not everybody in prison is fucking, Fred West or fucking some of the mad cunts. Like he said, I think it was in another video that I watched, like, there's a lot of people in jail definitely should be in jail. I don't think anyone would agree with that. We have jails for a reason, for the crazies. But there's a lot of people in jail who go to jail for the most retarded shit, like smoking weed or whatever. Like, are you breaking the law? Yes. Are you fucking killing people, society? Not really, no. So, you should probably not go to jail. You should definitely get punished. I'm not saying don't punish them, because clearly, if you break the law, you should get punished. But I'm saying is, going to jail is a bit retarded. Especially for, like, drug offences. If you get caught selling drugs in a certain class, yes. But not jail even then, because I think a lot of people say, why do people go into crime? And I've always said this, and I always will say, until my dying day. The reason why we have so much crime, it's not because people want to be criminals. It's because they have aspirations that they can't reach, and most of these people are poor. Their only quick fix to being rich is to basically take shortcuts. And no, I'm just going to say the truth. To take shortcuts means that, one, you don't pay tax, and two, you commit crime. They're both the same thing. Businesses do it. If you don't think businesses do the same thing, you're pretty stupid also. Businesses commit crimes and take shortcuts. But you don't see businesses every day in the newspaper. Right? So, let's not just blame the average folk who are getting shafted anyway by the system. And then saying, like, a dumb idea is, why do we have a high crime stat? It's not new. The reason why crime is so high is because people literally are robbing other people because they're poor. And the sad part is, they're robbing other poor people. They're not robbing rich people, because it's virtually impossible to rob anybody who's rich, because they don't have any money. They have credit cards and that, unless you fucking literally go around their house. I'm not going to give people ideas, but you get the point. It's like, back in the day, in the 60s and whatever, people used to rob banks. Do you know why? Because that's where the money was. Good luck. Do you know why no one robs a bank anymore? What are you going to get from a bank? If everyone uses fucking debit cards and credit cards and all that shit, there's nothing in a bank. It's very rare a bank has any money in it these days, because they don't fucking need it. It's not because security is great or any of that shit. Because you got no money. There's no. It's like you would. There's more chance of you fucking doing something like A corner shop has got more money than a bank. I'm not saying rob a corner shop, by the way, so don't get any fucking ideas. But the point is that the people who used to get robbed, they don't use the kind of money, inverted commas, that you watch on the movies or whatever. Because all the movies that you watch from the past that talk about like money in that way, it just doesn't exist. The only thing that is consistent, technically speaking, is drugs. Now, drugs are a mad conversation. And the reason why they're mad is because we still treat drugs as an addiction in a way that it's not. Drugs are not an addiction. Yes, they are to the person. But we shouldn't criminalize people who take them. Because a lot of people who take drugs often, first of all, get on them because peer pressure, whatever. And then they get addicted. We should treat people as it's a mental health and try and help them to get off it. Because that's the way it should be. And the people who sell the drugs, they're also in the business of, one, you'd be surprised, either they took the drugs or they grew up in the same position as the other people who take them but chose not to. But then eventually they will end up taking it. You shouldn't take your own supply kind of shit, right? So everybody ends up in the same fucking circle, is my point. And the only way to do that, or break the prison thing, is to just tell the truth. Society does that because the people at the bottom see the people at the top and want to be the people at the top. And they don't have, one, a good education. They got kicked out of school for whatever reason. So you need to change that aspect. And that's called being poor. I know that people don't like that shit, but the reason why people commit crime is mostly because they're poor, not because they're psychopaths or whatever. Like, you do get weirdos who commit crime, but that's the very small minority of the country. The vast majority of criminals in the UK, beggars, fucking weirdos who commit, like, I wouldn't say low-level crime. It's not low-level for the person who's getting stolen off, clearly. But in terms of the effect, it's small, but it's widespread. That's the problem. It's so widespread, it feels like a big problem. When actually it's very low-level crime. Like, no one goes around murdering everybody every day, right? No. But the crime of robbery and stealing shit, and, you know, we used to call it petty thievery, really. Or I would call it petty thievery or low-level crime in that regards. They shouldn't be in jail. And first of all, you should look at the underlying reasons why they got to that point in the first place. So prevention is a good idea. And that comes from school. You educate people and the parents. Because some parents can't afford to not send their kids to school. Some parents are just not that way inclined. So we need a better communication between the parents, make sure the kids are in school, give them opportunities so they don't feel like, well, my only way in life is to commit crime, to make money. Because let's face it, if your entire system is based on who wins, which is capitalism, then what do you think people are going to fucking do next? I mean, it's kind of fucking obvious at this point. So I would like to see the government change strategy on crime, punishment, stopping before it gets to that stage in a kid's life. You know, it does help because I know so many people who are criminals, like literally never been. By the way, most of my friends who are criminals never been arrested in their entire life because they're smart. Imagine they did something else. I mean, they like the life they've got. I'm not hating on them, but what I'm saying is, I know about 10 of my friends, like literally, who would make way better MPs than being gangsters or businessmen. I mean, they are businessmen, technically speaking. But, like, if you never met them and you spoke to them and I never told you do it and you'd be like so impressed. That's the point. But if I told you who do it, you'd be like, oh my God. So it's a bit weird. So I like, don't judge a book by its cover, kind of, is what I'm saying. And everybody does deserve a second chance. I think a lot of people in society make mistakes. No fault of their own. It's just the way shit is. So, yeah, way too many people in prison. And for way too long. And I agree with that. Do we need to change the prison system for really crazy people? Yeah, lock them up for fucking longer. No shits. Like, the really crazy people everybody hates, definitely lock them up for longer. I don't like them getting like half a prison sentence. Like, fucking weirdos. Definitely lock them up for longer. But for instance of like shit crimes, especially when you haven't hit anybody. Are you kidding me? Come on. As long as you don't hit, like if you hit somebody, I think you should get an extra year. you should do something. You should know what you did was wrong, like, you know. But if you're just like stealing some shit or just being a prick, like robbing or whatever, nah. Like we know why you're robbing, and most people rob for drug addictions and shit anyway. Like it's very rare nowadays people rob to impress their friends. To say like we actually did it, like that's a pastime. I know people who literally rob people, not people, companies, just because they could, because they wanted to impress their friends. They're like, guess who we robbed it? I was like, who? And they're like, they say their name. I was like, that's impressive, and that's why they robbed them, not because they actually wanted to make money. You know, like when I was growing up in the 80s, I knew people who robbed cars just to get chased by the police, just so they could say, I beat the police in a car chase. Like, no jokes. And that was like in the 80s, 90s. In a mini metro, which, if you couldn't rob a mini metro, you seriously had no friends. I'm just saying, it's like pause the course. And don't say, oh, you're Scouse, you should know that. Fuck you. A lot of my friends who rob cars were white, so don't just come at me as like, it's just black kids who rob cars. Everybody robbed cars in the days. Mostly because their cars were shit anyway. But getting chased by the busies in cars was pretty funny. More so when you was in a banger and they were in like a fucking Astra GTX or some fucking weird car, and they still couldn't catch you because they couldn't turn corners. And we knew all the best routes. Anyway, I said we. Not responsible for that. I was in the passenger seat, I wasn't driving. Just saying. But anyway, I hope the government does a better job. I've got no idea, but we shall see, shall we? Yeah, that's today's ramble and show. It's not a show, but whatever. Back tomorrow, maybe. I don't know. I would probably say next week, Sunday, or whatever. I'd probably say Sunday. I don't think there's anything interesting going on. I think Tuesday's going to be interesting. The migration bill. Was it Monday? Housing. Probably Monday and Tuesday's going to be interesting. Thursday, Friday's a bit garbage. So, I'll probably see you Sunday for Laura Koonsberg's Daily Mail, Daily Times. Can I just say, by the way, does anybody notice when any TV show that claims they're impartial literally always shows our newspapers which are right wing? Don't you find that a bit weird? Like they say the news, like no, you're the news. Why are you reporting other people's headlines in newspapers as if you're incapable of coming up with your own opinion on the facts of the scenario? I always find that strange in Britain. In fact, it happens a lot on YouTube. People who call themselves independent journalists literally go to CNN, Fox News, MSNBC, or whatever the fucking is. They always go to all the news outlets that they criticize to get their headlines to pontificate on whatever the fucking subject matter is. I find it really weird. I really do. And that's why I try and stay away from newspapers because, well, first of all, they're run by the right wing. So why would I fucking report what's going on in the newspapers? Even The Guardian, which is inverted commas left wing, which it isn't, but okay. So I try and stay away from newspapers. I just try and give you the horse's mouth, i.e. the politics. Even though I have my opinions, I don't drag them from fucking newspapers. I try and get them from interviews that I've listened to or well, mainly interviews, and politics, live shit, because I don't like talking heads. I don't want your opinion, because I know what corporations do is they want to tell you the narrative, and then you're supposed to like form an opinion on a narrative that you didn't even want. Basically, like immigration. Immigration's a weird one. Like I said, the whole boat thing has been a scam. Migration, legal migration is the problem in Britain, not illegal migration. But let's focus on the tiny boats. That's not the problem. Tiny boats is not the problem. Planes are the problem. Most people come here legally on planes, and we can't check who they are because, amazingly, somehow, I don't even know, there should be an investigation into this shit. Why are they coming on private planes? Like, who the fuck's paying for these fucking private jets? I would like someone to answer that question, because that was the last time I heard about it. Was the last dude who ran the airport literally said that. They're coming on private planes. We can't vet them because we're not allowed to, because they're private jets. Someone needs to check that and fix that. That's for sure. Anyway. Bleh. I've been streaming forever and I've been chatting shit forever. So, whatever. I'll be back on Sunday. Fuck tomorrow. It's my day off. And fuck Friday. It's my day off. Saturday. Fuck you all. It's my day off until Sunday. I'll be back with Laura. I support right-wing fucking bullshit topics. Whatever. I don't know. Are we even going to fucking PMQs next week? Don't know. We'll find out. I'll worry about it next week. Not today, though. Enjoy the rest of your noon or night or whatever part of this crazy rock you live on. Aliens are real. They're called humans. Crazy bastards. Anyway, see you all. Have a good night and ta-ra.